Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Thank you. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 global pandemic has had profound effects on people around the world, including residents across the Northwest Territories. The Department of Education, Culture, and Employment has been working tirelessly to adapt its programs and services to help lighten the economic, social, and emotional weights of the pandemic. And I would like to provide an update to the public about those efforts. We recognize the essential role that licensed early learning and childcare programs have for our youngest residents and their families. As a result, ECE has continued to flow existing funding for licensed programs to daycares and day homes, regardless of whether they have chosen to close or remain open since the start of the pandemic. In addition, ECE helped coordinate with the N.W.T. health authorities to match parents working within the healthcare system with childcare, as well as coordinating an online list of open licensed early learning and childcare programs throughout the N.W.T. To provide further support during this challenging time, we responded with an additional $5.1 million in temporary subsidies, including a 33% subsidy for parents who are essential workers and an additional wage top-up up to $1,000 a month for childcare staff or family day home operators providing care during the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, ECE continues to work closely with licensed early learning and childcare programs to pass on regular information updates from the Office of the Chief Public Health Officer, including best practices for early learning and childcare to ensure programs that are open remain operational and ones that have closed are able to reopen quickly. In our junior kindergarten to grade 12 education system, significant efforts have been made by educational staff, students, parents, and guardians to accommodate the rapidly evolving COVID-19 situation. On March 24th, 2020, based on my recommendation and the initial recommendations from the CPHO, all elected N.W.T. education leaders made the decision to keep schools closed for the remainder of the 2019-2020 school year and to proceed with plans focused on a distance education approach for the continuity of learning for all junior kindergarten to grade 12 students. On March 30th, 2020, we released the N.W.T. Education Bulletin, which set the framework for continued learning. Since releasing the N.W.T. Education Bulletin, ECE has provided additional support to teachers on all aspects of at-home learning, including providing distance supports for students with complex needs, course completion processes for high school students, and at-home Indigenous language learning, amongst others. ECE is providing guidance to support Indigenous language instructors during the COVID-19 pandemic as part of our ongoing support for continued learning. Some language instructors have been collaborating with other subject teachers to incorporate language into their units, and many schools are using social media and school websites to promote and teach language and culture during school closures. Mr. Speaker, on May 12, 2020, the Emerging Wisely Plan was released, which contained a recommendation for the reopening of schools. On May 13, 2020, education leaders, with my support, decided that the challenges faced by schools due to the pandemic would make it impossible to reopen now, and that the focus needed to be on planning for the upcoming 2020-2021 school year. The Department of ECE continues to work closely with education bodies and the N.W.T. Teachers Association on continued learning for all N.W.T. students for the 2019-2020 school year and on planning for the fall. Mr. Speaker, grade 12 students who have worked so hard towards graduating and planning their next steps, career and education advisors are reaching out to students by telephone, email, and video conferencing to ensure they are aware of the supports available to them. These advisors will continue to offer their support to all interested grade 12 students from now until September to support those dreams of where their adult lives would take them. I send my congratulations to all N.W.T. high school graduates. You have worked hard and you made it. For post-secondary students accessing student financial assistance, their funding continued for the remainder of the winter semester. And for those repaying loans, we deferred all payments to the end of September 2020, with no interest accrued during this time period. Student case officers also reached out to every single student receiving student financial assistance to ensure they had information on how to return home safely, including contacts for travel agencies, information about self-isolation requirements and the self-isolation plan, and the orders of the Chief Public Health Officer. For students who will not have the opportunity to work to repay loans or save, the Student Financial Assistance Program provided information on accessing income support and federal benefits. Mr. Speaker, to ensure the most vulnerable residents have enhanced supports for themselves and their families, the Income Assistance Program made a number of temporary changes beginning in March. We provided a one-time emergency allowance for income assistance clients registered in March. Individuals received $500 and families received $1,000 in order to ensure they could purchase the necessary supplies to self-isolate for 2 weeks, if necessary, and to encourage physical distancing. Monetary donations, such as gifts from friends, family, benevolent organizations, or Indigenous governments, intended to provide support during the pandemic have been exempted from the calculation of income assistance benefits through the end of June. We also made the decision to exempt the one-time special GST credit for low and modest income residents, the one-time special old age security and guaranteed income supplement payments for seniors, and the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and the Canada Emergency Student Benefit for students. Administrative processes were streamlined to focus on quick responses and turnarounds for clients, including payrolling all clients through the end of June so they do not have to report each month. The productive choice reporting requirement was also removed, and all clients were directed to engage in only one productive choice, taking care of themselves and their families. Finally, all clients were automatically assessed for both basic and enhanced needs. Seniors receiving the Senior Home Heating Subsidy received an increase to their benefit beginning in April and automatically had their applications renewed for the 2020-2021 year to allow them to maintain physical distancing. Mr. Speaker, labor development and standards programs at the department include the labor market programs, apprenticeship trades and occupation certification, employment standards, and the N.W.T nominee program. These programs provide a range of financial supports to students, apprentices, employees, employers, communities, and organizations. Clients have been advised that funding will continue as planned until the end of their programs. Tuition refunds would be provided as required, training costs reimbursed, and funding for community and organization training and employment projects would continue. In the areas of culture and heritage, Mr. Speaker, the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre and N.W.T archives closed to the public on March 16, 2020, due to the serious health concerns posed by COVID-19. Focus was placed on ensuring the public was aware of the museum's extensive virtual exhibits and online resources. Staff worked hard to ensure delays in funding to N.W.T artists have been minimal, and that accommodations are in place for arts projects impacted by the pandemic, and archaeological permitting and land reviews have continued with minor delays. Phase 1 of Emerging Wisely recommends museums and art galleries reopen. While reduced hours and reduced public programming are expected, the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre is gearing up to open its doors to the public before the end of the month. The Francophone Affairs Secretariat worked quickly to streamline services available to our Francophone population. Services TNO positioned itself as a hub for all non-health related information for our French-speaking residents and provided them with a single point of contact for all requests. The Secretariat also provided 24/7 translation services to ensure that our Francophone residents had timely access to the vital information being shared by the Office of the Chief Public Health Officer, the Department of Health and Social Services, and every other GNWT department involved in the COVID-19 response. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the staff of ECE and the N.W.T education authorities for their incredible work in adapting to COVID-19 since the start of the pandemic. The situation created by the pandemic has been unprecedented, and so has the response from our staff. I want to personally thank them for all their efforts and hard work. Mr. Speaker, everything we have responded with over the last few months has come about through an imperative to support Northerners, to make sure all Northerners had answers to their questions quickly, and critical programs were modified to meet their needs. As we move to adapt our programs further, the residents and communities of the territory are our primary concern, and we commit to continuing to provide the supports and services residents need during this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Northwest Territories is home to approximately 45,000 people, with just over half the population being Indigenous. The other half of the population consists of people that come from elsewhere. For thousands of years, the Indigenous people of what is now the N.W.T governed themselves. Indigenous people possess governmental jurisdiction over lands, including property rights. Mr. Speaker, European settlement, colonization, and commercial interests resulted in the erosion of those rights. Fortunately, those rights were never extinguished, and yet today the Indigenous people are forced to negotiate for much less. This injustice has to be corrected and it requires this government's support. Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make is that prior to contact, Indigenous people survived in the harshest of conditions and governed themselves. It was only after European contact did the tide turn when the government of the day decided they would make the lives of our ancestors better. In reality, the eradication of a people and the history was nearly realized. A way of life was almost lost. Children were scooped up. Languages were beaten out of those in residential schools, and communities were relocated for various reasons, all to the detriment of those that Canada and this government had promised to protect. Today, many Indigenous people are living in poverty, living with addictions, finding themselves homeless, are being incarcerated at elevated rates, losing their children to the system, looked at as government freeloaders, passed over for employment and procurement opportunities, and being beaten down at every turn. Life is not getting better. Mr. Speaker, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms allow for special consideration of disadvantaged individuals or groups. Based on that, this government has adopted policies that give priority to Indigenous peoples in the N.W.T. However, it does not go far enough. We need to extend that same preference to our procurement policies, to our healthcare and housing system, to our education system, and to ensure Indigenous people are treated fairly and provided every opportunity. It is imperative we start to fulfill the promises that others have neglected to do. Mr. Speaker, when I look around this chamber, I know all of the members consider the N.W.T. home. But when I look deeper, I see those that look at the N.W.T. as more. It is their history, it is their way of life, it is the place their ancestors are buried, and knowing that one day it will become the legacy to their children and future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about my leadership in my riding of N.W.T. over the past COVID-19, the 40 days that we went through as a leadership in our communities. It's created unprecedented challenges to our government and the people across the N.W.T. Our remote communities that fear the community spread of the virus is limited to medical support, made the challenge for COVID-19 even more daunting in our riding. Today, I would like to acknowledge the leadership of my work to keep my community safe from my leadership. I want to acknowledge the hard work of the following mayors and their Hamlet councillors, Mr. Speaker. Mayor Irwin Elias, Tuktoyaktuk Mayor, thank you for all the hard work you've done. Ilktuktuk Mayor Laverna Klinkenberg, Paulatuk Mayor Ray Rubin, Sax Harbor Mayor Norman Anakina. They did a lot of hours and a lot of concern for the people, and they really showed awesome leadership during this pandemic, and the pandemic is still on also. I also want to acknowledge the community corporation, the chairs in our government and our federal government for helping assist people to get through this pandemic and providing food and the extra funds that they were getting through the federal government and through our EC&E. Thank you very much. These leaders are kept the level of hard during this crisis. The recommendation to Chief Public Health Officer and so on. So far, we've been fortunate. We've stopped COVID-19 in our communities, and we have to keep making sure that we stay vigilant in regards to this, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind the people that in my riding, you're still in the midst of a pandemic. I know that don't let our guards down because round 2 is coming. Governments across Canada are bracing for possible second wave for COVID-19. We are washing our hands, practicing social distancing, being careful to prevent the spread of this virus, and watch for upcoming weeks what that brings us. I want to extend my thoughts to my elders. Thank you for your guidance and wisdom and impacts of COVID-19. This made life difficult for our elders, and they're not alone. I want to let them know that. Thank you to the family members who did watch care for our elders. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the family members who took watch care over our elders during this pandemic. I'm here for the people of N.W.T, and I encourage you to keep reaching out to me so I could bring your issues and concerns to our government, and we all work together and get through this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for the N.W.T. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to speak about the attributes of good leadership. Leadership is lifting a person's vision to higher heights, the raising of a person's performance to a higher standard, the building of a personality beyond its normal limitations. A quote from Peter F. Drucker, who is an author and expert on management. Mr. Speaker, that quote is from the book titled Leadership, a practical guide to leadership principles and strategies. That book was gifted to me by someone in my community after I entered into leadership as chief of the Salt River First Nation about 13 years ago. I found many of the concepts outlined in that book to be very useful and accurate, both in theory and in practice. Mr. Speaker, the reason I am sharing this with you is because I want to see good and strong leaders in our government. I want to see the attributes of great leaders to be present in our leadership here in this House, whether on the Cabinet side or the regular members' side. For that reason, I want to highlight some key attributes outlined in the book that I just referenced, which I consider most important in leadership. Mr. Speaker, good leaders have a strong platform to stand on, which includes 5 integral pillars that all great leadership rests on. These pillars include vision, authenticity, integrity, influence, and self-confidence. Great leaders also have humility, focus, people skills, and communication skills. Other aspects of a good leader which I consider very important include forgiveness, not taking things personally, not dwelling on issues too long, and being open to constructive feedback. Mr. Speaker, for some, these types of skills and attributes may come natural, but for many they must be learned and practiced. They must be constantly improved and modified as time and experience dictates. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I will end with a quote. This was a quote that was given to me by my father, who knew this man. His name was Harold Cardinal. He was a great Métis leader of Alberta. He said, "We must be able to set aside the principles of division, the principle of meanness, and the principle of greed. We must replace them with our traditional values of generosity, inclusion, sharing, and love. All of us, people must be, should be, and ought to be able to work together." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reflect on the actions of last week in which there was a motion put to the floor of the House to remove a cabinet minister. Now, I'm 6 months into my term as a rookie MLA and still learning the ropes as to procedures in the House, procedures for committee meetings, procedures for dealing with cabinet ministers, and a host of a lot of other procedures, policies, regulations, and legislative acts. Mr. Speaker, of course, I'm not new to the political arena, having served terms on local government councils, the Deneband and Hamlet councils. But nothing can prepare you for life in the big house. This arena has one collaborating with colleagues from all the regions of the Northwest Territories on a host of issues affecting their respective ridings. One thing is for sure, we even agree to disagree. Mr. Speaker, at times, frustrations and anger take the place of common sense. Perhaps it's the pressures knowing that the whole of the Northwest Territories is watching our every move. Are we going to be rock stars and solve all our territorial problems overnight? Or failing that, perhaps we can take it out on a minister or two or three or four. Mr. Speaker, I shared with my colleagues an event in my past life while attending the Detroit First Nations assemblies during the summers. At the beginning of the assemblies, there's a fire feeding ceremony. The significance of the fire feeding ceremony is the release of unhappy memories, fears, negative emotions, anger, and anything that you're holding on to that doesn't serve you well. Fire also keeps you warm. The event that I recall is an elderly Dene woman speaking before feeding the fire to tell elder leaders that they should not fight amongst each other. You have work to do for your people. Those are powerful words spoken by an elderly Dene woman, especially in that setting, the fire feeding ceremony. Perhaps we need to adopt more of the Dene culture and traditional practices here in the territory. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to two Dene women who broke the glass ceiling effect in their bids for top leadership positions. They both have not had an easy ride in their roles, but are strong in their convictions and will not be bullied. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Merci.
Thank you. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker and Merci colleagues, Mr. Speaker, having told my story to my colleagues and the fact that this Assembly is the first in Canada to have a gender-balanced government, and the fact that we now have more women in cabinet positions, and the fact that they are working tirelessly, I stated I do not support the motion to remove Cabinet Minister. Mr. Speaker, I apologize to the House for the disruption caused by the past week's activities, the harm this has caused the members on the other side of the House. I truly look forward to getting down to business and the deliberations for the benefit of all the residents of the Northwest Territories. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detro. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the past few weeks throughout Canada, we have watched our senior homes be the hardest hit by the pandemic. The amount of deaths and the truth about the care that they have received in private seniors' home is heartbreaking and should not happen in a country like Canada. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful that the Northwest Territories cares for our elders and puts their health at a high priority when they're in one of our long-term care facilities or living at home. When the N.W.T began to make decisions to protect our residents, they took into account our elders and our most vulnerable. They closed visiting to long-term care facilities and they limited travel to the small communities to decrease their risks. They found ways with technology to connect them with their families, and I want to thank the Health Authority for that. Mr. Speaker, one area that we seem not to be able to put a high priority is having translators in our long-term cares. Some of our elders that have to live in long-term care, English is not their first language. In Inuvik, we have elders from all over the Beaufort Delta, the Sawtoo, living there. We have amazing staff and programming there, but what they are missing is translators. Some of our residents have dementia, and family members often report their loved ones with dementia sometimes live in the past, even reverting back to their first languages. What I've been told by family members as well is that their family members are upset. When their family members are upset and confused, it is someone who can speak to them in their first language that can usually calm them. But it's not just dementia patients, it's all patients that come into our hospital. They should have the opportunity to have someone speak to them in their first language. We have 11 official languages in the Northwest Territories, and we need to give them that same level of respect as we do the French language. Not because it's law, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll have questions for the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Tuna de Welde.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to speak a bit about the COVID economic situation in the territories that is affecting the entire country. There is no doubt that a lot of businesses, large and small, have been taking a huge hit financially. Unfortunately, it's very likely we'll see some of these companies go under as a result, and a lot of jobs too with it. Mr. Speaker, most economic experts are saying that this recession is actually worse than the 2008-2009 Great Recession that we endured 12 years ago. COVID-19 has induced a global economic recession that we have not seen since the Great Depression in the 1930s. This is concerning, and I believe this government needs to take proactive steps to address this issue. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I'm going to go back 90 years, as I mentioned about the Great Depression. And a tool that the U.S., the United States, used to dig themselves out of that Great Depression, and that was the New Deal. During that time, President Roosevelt enacted a number of economic reforms. He took reform measures in the areas of agriculture, reforestation, infrastructure, housing, finance, and labor. And a lot of those infrastructure projects are still in existence today in terms of highways, bridges, dams, and that sort of thing. So, Mr. Speaker, how is this relevant to our situation now? Right now, our economy is very interdependent on the mining sector. They create a lot of jobs directly through their mining operations and indirectly through contractors and subcontractors. So, Mr. Speaker, theoretically speaking, if all our mining operations were to cease right now, a figure that I dug up was the unemployment rate would be 37.5%. That's shocking. It's a startling figure. And I also want to mention that such a cease in operations would affect contractors such as the Tonsure Corporation, in my riding, and the Dennis Hilton Corporation. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, what can the N.W.T do if faced with such a crisis? I believe we can turn to history and enact our own version of the New Deal by creating employment through investments in our infrastructure, reforestation, and housing. Something to think about. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Trinity-Welde. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. The Support for Entrepreneurs and Economic Development, or SEED program, is promoted as, quote, one part of the N.W.T's ongoing investment in a diverse, sustainable economy, end of quote. This is obviously increasingly important as we move towards economic recovery from the pandemic. The Assembly passed an interim budget that included the first quarter of operational funds for each department on March 16th. Some departments also received all of their grants and contributions funding, including industry, tourism, and investment. This was done in anticipation of the economic downturn and to ensure N.W.T could quickly respond with financial assistance, including the SEED program. A constituent complained to me about a response received from ITI on March the 24th regarding his SEED application. The quote is, ITI is working with other departments to develop a coordinated response to the COVID situation. Until that response is finalized, we have been instructed that we will not be accepting any new applications to SEED for the 2021 fiscal year, end of quote. My constituent did not receive any further communication from ITI on the availability of SEED funding for 2021 by April 22nd, so I contacted the Minister for an explanation. 6 days later, the Minister replied that guidelines would be completed within a week to ensure coordination of SEED with federal programs and a focus on COVID-related recovery. I replied immediately saying that there was nothing on the ITI website to inform SEED applicants of this delay or on the amounts of funding for each of the 8 SEED streams. After 8 more days, the Minister responded to say that there was no firm budget for each SEED stream and that the applications would be handled at the regional level. The guidelines were supposed to be forthcoming within a couple of days. The much anticipated guidelines were finally released on May the 11th, 8 weeks after MLAs approved the ITI budget. It's not clear why it took so long, too long, to open up the application process and develop a 1-page, 7-principle guideline for funding approval. I'll have questions later today on why SEED funding was delayed, as this is clearly not how we wish to be approaching economic assistance and recovery. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the weather was lovely here in the North Slave this weekend, so some people decided to go camping. I saw campers in sandy spots at the end of short bush roads all along the Ingram Trail, and I heard there was a big group of 20 trailers by the Cameron River Bridge. Mr. Speaker, this would normally be a good news story. Northerners get out camping in nice weather, but these campers are not in campgrounds. I wonder where their sewage is going, where their garbage is going, what they are using for fire pits. These are important questions if we want to keep the off-road areas free from the unwanted human footprint. Further, Mr. Speaker, we don't want bears interacting with humans. The bears have recently emerged from hibernation and they're looking for food. I saw one last week near the Prosperous Lake boat launch. A camper who is not careful with food storage and garbage could have some unwanted company, and a fed bear is a dead bear. As well, Mr. Speaker, having fires outside of fire pits isn't a good idea, especially at this time of year. The ground until today was dry and the trees haven't leafed out yet. The deep lakes are still frozen and inaccessible to water bombers. I'm sure campers are being careful, but fire pits are the better option. And then there's the need for physical distancing. It's unlikely that 20 campers clustered together are following the social distancing guidelines or complying with orders to keep outside gatherings to 25 people or fewer. In fact, those guidelines aren't being followed at all in the day use areas. There was the better part of 100 people at the Yellowknife River day use area on Saturday. Mr. Speaker, all of these risks could be mitigated if the campgrounds were open. We have beautiful campgrounds with all the amenities and sites spaced well apart. What we need to do now is open them before freelance campers create unintended problems. I will have questions for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Cam Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I woke up midday to my husband standing over me. He took a deep breath and bravely said, "I can't do this anymore." After an awful pregnancy, we welcomed our third child. For his first 8 months, he cried and never slept. Yes, eventually our baby stopped crying and started to sleep, but I did not. Daytime became the hunting ground of my self-care, and nights became the slaughterhouse of my self-compassion. Mr. Speaker, I love my children and am a good mom, but having a third child felt like being capsized at sea, gasping for air, and then being passed a screaming baby and told, "Hold this." I felt shame, I felt unworthy, and I felt defeated. I had evolved into a dark, empty shell of a human being. I was numb. I was debilitated by self-judgment and frozen by stigma. I denied myself a label that came with a solution because somehow it meant I wasn't a good mother, an honest business owner, or a valued community member. I built a business around my happy family, selling people visual promises of their happy families. I mislabeled my emotional imagery as a happy imagery, and in my mind, admitting I wasn't happy violated the integrity of what I had built. That day, as I lay in bed, my husband told me he couldn't watch me fade away. I had no fight left, but luckily he did. That was the start of my self-care and compassion journey. I accepted a label of postpartum depression and a journey that included rewriting my definition of self-care from something as small as showering every day to as big as simplifying my support system. If you have not yet battled your own brain, you know someone who has. According to the World Health Organization, depression is the leading cause of sickness and disability globally. Yet, there is still a cloak of silence that wraps itself around mental health because we feel warmer that way. Stigma becomes the monster of mental health that bullies us into silence, and silence is killing us. Today, as we battle COVID, we need to make sure people have the resources to stop battling themselves. We need to take off the disingenuous warmth that silence only temporarily offers. We need to get uncomfortable before we can get comfortable. Until this moment, I could count on one hand the number of people who have heard my story. There is an underlying stigma of weakness associated with mental health, but having and sharing emotion is not weakness. I am not weak, and neither are those of you that are listening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we head into what is likely to be a very large global recession, I believe it is time for the Northwest Territories to double down on diversifying its economy and building a knowledge economy. And Mr. Speaker, I think one of the best ways we can do this is to continue forward on our path to create a polytechnic university. Polytechnic university that will meet our increasing skilled labor demands, which will allow industries in the North to build skills and experience to eventually compete for contracts, not just here in the N.W.T, but across Canada and the world. Mr. Speaker, I want to see a university with Northern, Southern, and foreign students all coming here to learn together. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the past there has been many Northern economy success stories, but what we often see is Northern businesses who get too successful, grow too large, and they pack up and move their headquarters. Mr. Speaker, we need to break that cycle. Mr. Speaker, I don't want the diversification of the economy debate to be an anti-mining debate. I think that is a false dichotomy, and we must build upon what we have, Mr. Speaker. We are about to spend $1 billion on giant mine remediation. I believe we have to build the skills to make sure we get every dollar out of that contract. Mr. Speaker, we are leaders in geoscience, we are leaders in mining logistics, ice road building, and so many of these knowledge economy skills that we can build from the resource sector, Mr. Speaker. These are all things we can and should teach in our new Polytechnic, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt we are a government economy, and as the recession comes, this is in fact a good thing for us to have a stable flow of government money into our economy. I have no issues with this, Mr. Speaker, but every single dollar we invest must grow our economy to be more diverse and more resilient, such that in further economic downturns, all of our companies can find alternative means to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will have questions for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment to make sure our plan to establish a polytechnic university is still on track.
Excuse me. Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumford.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no place in N.W.T more vulnerable to COVID-19 than our long-term care and seniors' homes. To illustrate, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, these homes account for incredible 80% of all COVID-related deaths. That equals more than 3,000 deaths in Quebec, and in Ontario, more than 1,500. That's as of May 20th, 2020. Mr. Speaker, this raises critical concerns about the ability of our seniors to cope with the outbreak of COVID-19 in our territory. At an appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, I will ask questions to the Minister of Health and Social Service regarding the precautions of our seniors' home have taken against the threat of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Mumfui. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this time to express my deepest condolences to the family of Miss Judy Lafferty, who had passed away peacefully Sunday morning in Fort Good Hope. She was surrounded by her loved ones. Ms. Lafferty is well known across the Northwest Territories for her exquisite, very well-detailed, handcrafted art, sewing, and traditional practices, and delicately preparing flawless moose hide, providing tanning workshops throughout the Northwest Territories. Ms. Lafferty's art is well-designed. Her moose hide jackets, slippers, beadwork were brought across Canada and throughout the Northwest Territories, attending fashion symposium and also displaying her talent in New Mexico, where she shared her talent, her traditional knowledge and language with the Navajo Nation. Ms. Lafferty is a national treasure. It is saddened, and it's a huge loss to the women of the arts for the Northwest Territories. Ms. Lafferty proudly displayed her unique designs representing the Northwest Territories at the recent Arctic Winter Games set up for arts and crafts in March of this year. Ms. Lafferty mentored several women, passing on her traditional knowledge and skills to empower Indigenous women throughout the Northwest Territories to rebuild their skills and provide the importance of guidance to empower each other. With her kind heart and deep compassion for people and willingness to see the good in everyone, her passing will have a significant impact on our traditional arts and culture for the Northwest Territories. Today, I want to acknowledge Ms. Judy Lafferty's family, friends, and the community of Fort Good Hope, including my constituents of the Saskatchewan region, in her legacy, contributions through arts and crafts and leadership throughout the Northwest Territories. Thoughts and prayers are sent to the family. Must seat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Sawtooth. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and the community. Must seat. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the indirect impacts of COVID-19 pandemic has been on people's mental health. And today I want to speak to the fact that it can take strength, courage, and sometimes both to seek help for illnesses that may not have obvious physical symptoms. 8 years ago, when my daughter was born, I experienced postpartum depression. It has taken me years to even be able to say those words, postpartum depression, and it still makes me uncomfortable. At first, I had insisted that my behavior and feelings were from a lack of sleep. As weeks turned into months, I slept less and less until I was unable to sleep at all, and I became increasingly irritable, distant, and angry. Always seeing myself as a problem solver for others, I insisted that I could think my way out of this. I read every book there was about infant sleep, and still running my own law practice, threw myself back into work. I tried to rationalize my behaviors away, and I continued to blame myself for what I was feeling or, on some days, not feeling. My spouse finally put a label on what was happening and insisted that I speak to a professional. At first, that label made me angry. But ultimately, this is what gave me permission that it was okay for me to not be okay. I came to accept that it was not my fault that I was experiencing a mental illness, that I had not failed, and that I deserved help from others. That is a hard list of acceptance for many of us, Mr. Speaker, particularly when we prize characteristics such as strength, problem-solving, and independence. And it is hard to admit when the thing that defines you can in fact be holding you back from getting help. Over the last several months, the world has been going through rolling shutdowns as we've watched COVID-19 march across countries and decimate healthcare systems. It is okay not to feel okay throughout this, or with the impacts that this is having on individual lives and communities. Mental health wellness resources are not just there for someone else, they are there for everyone. Do not let a misconception about what a mental illness is make you hesitate whether your feelings warrant checking out the available resources. For those who work in any level of government, Mr. Speaker, there's a good chance that there are some good resources out there in the human resources systems. Many large private corporations have mental health and wellness services, and the N.W.T has a variety of programs available for all sorts of different kinds of mental health supports. And so if someone stops for even a moment to wonder whether they should check into these options, I sincerely hope that they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife South. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for Haver South. Oh, sorry. Just one second. Tomorrow. Sorry, we didn't have enough notice for acknowledgement, so we'll do that tomorrow. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll direct the questions to the Minister of Finance and possibly the Premier. As this government was initially put in place to govern the territory and support the Aboriginal inhabitants, I'm curious as to the amount of funding on a per capita basis spent directly on Aboriginal people through the various departments. Also, the total amounts in labour directed at Indigenous government employees and government employees. So the first question I have is, can the minister confirm what amount this government will receive in revenue for the fiscal year 2020 and 2021 from Canada through territorial formula financing and other revenue sources? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Haver South, Minister responsible for Finance.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to, I wasn't actually sure if the question is simply the total revenues, which of course is 2.1 billion, or if, but alternatively, Mr. Speaker, if we're looking to remove from that general revenues of 90 million, non-renewable resource revenue at 33 million, and the tax revenue of 277,000, then that would leave the remaining amounts, which is the amount that we get from Canada, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, the total amount was good. Can the minister confirm the total estimated expenditures for all departments for the year 2020, 2021? She can either break them down by department or she can give me the total. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for reference, I'm looking at the Summary of Operations Expenditures page, which is in the main estimates binders, and that does have a breakdown by department and also by expenditure category, showing a grand total of expenditures of $1.895865 million. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of those amounts for each department, what amount, I guess, by department goes directly to support or care for Aboriginal peoples in the N.W.T? I am looking for a number, a per capita number, I guess it is. I want to know, I guess the reason for this is I want to know what we're doing with the money that's coming in from all sources, how much is actually going to assist or to support Aboriginal people in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I suppose one answer is that every dollar spent to a degree supports the Indigenous people in the Northwest Territories insofar as it provides the day-to-day functioning programs and services of the Government of the Northwest Territories that help all of the residents of the Northwest Territories, including Indigenous people. To the extent of breaking it down, per capita or by demographic, certain programs and services, certainly I will make an effort to go back and see which programs and services are targeted specifically to Indigenous groups in the Northwest Territories. But as far as breaking down program by program, Mr. Speaker, again, so many of them are so intertwined that would be an impossible task, and I won't be able to do that to the extent that I gather the members actually seeking here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Haver South.
Mr. Speaker, yeah, I guess I thank the minister for that answer, and I would still like to see some numbers. I don't want it to the penny. I just want a general number, and the reason why is that, like, we do have people that come up from the south to support what this government's doing with respect to Aboriginal people, but at the same time they bring family members down. They're taking beds away, possibly from Aboriginal residents, you say in extended care, whatever. So I guess I just want to know what's going on. And so I guess in saying that, it seems like that we just continue on, and I want to know if the Premier or the Minister, it's going to be business as usual, where are we going to really direct some of our energy towards making sure that Aboriginal Indigenous issues are dealt with in a timely manner, and that we are actually providing support for them, and that we're actually receiving the funding that we require from the federal government and other sources to make sure that we're addressing their concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this seems to be a whole of government response. I think perhaps it's appropriate that I turn it over to the Premier.
Okay, thank you. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a couple of things. It definitely isn't going to be business as usual as the last Legislative Assembly. I mean, we don't even have the same cabinet here, so it couldn't be business as usual, Mr. Speaker. However, it's really hard, and I heard the question, and it's an interesting question. When he asked about can we break it down by department, it would be almost impossible, Mr. Speaker, because it would be identifying as well. How many Indigenous people are in public housing? How many Indigenous people are taking post-secondary education? How many identify as post-secondary education? I'm not even sure my own children, who are Métis, identified as Métis when they applied for the post-secondary. I mean, those are questions that are out there. It's a lot easier if you say how many Indigenous people are hired in the government. That we have statistics for, and I watched that very closely over the last Assembly as well. So hopefully it won't be business as usual. I know that in the last Assembly when I was watching around HR, Human Resources, hiring for the N.W.T, I was adamant about the number, and in all honesty, I was the Minister of Status of Women. I was advocate about how many Indigenous women. One thing that I never got to is how many are in management positions. So hopefully that is something that we'll be looking at. I know I'm a strong advocate of it. I know my cabinet is a strong advocate. So we'll be looking at that as we go forward. But the best answer is, do we have enough money for Indigenous governments? Absolutely not. We don't have enough money, Mr. Speaker, for this government. Land claims and self-government agreements. Those are the answers for Indigenous people. The more that we can get those through, not pushing them through, but work them through, actually will give the power to the Indigenous governments, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, we will have a huge impact on Indigenous people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Mumfway.
Must see, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Is more vulnerable to COVID-19 than elders living in a long-term care and seniors home. COVID fatalities in these homes have become a national scandal. Mr. Speaker, in light of the alarming death rate in such homes, I have a number of questions for Minister of Health and Social Service. Mr. Speaker, first question I have is, what special COVID-related training have staff at the territorial long-term care and seniors home received in anticipation of a possible outbreak of the virus in our territory? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumfway. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on March the 12th, we began implementing preventive measures several days before we had an active a case. So we did things like prohibiting visitors, stopping programs, day programs, using social distancing, screening staff before each and end of their shift, wearing masks continuously, cleaning common high-touch areas, following 14-day isolation protocols. These are all some of this preventive stuff we have done in preparation for this pandemic, and staff are all trained. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfway.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in light of the documented danger of long-distance airborne transmission, what consideration has the government given to retrofitting the territory's seniors' homes? I'm referring to the virus scrubbing systems of the type being integrated into the hospital's HOVAC system. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumfway. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure the specific details on the question, so I can get back to the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Mumfway.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my third question obviously is at the systemic level, what is the minister doing to improve entry-level training standards and staff retention at our elders care facilities? What steps have been taken so far to date, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Member for Mumfway. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of what exact measures were taken place. However, I do want to let the member know that we don't anticipate easing any of our current preventive practices right now in the long-term care centres. So we're just going to continue with some of the process that we've been doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary member for Mumfree.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I may have to do a written questions because I need more information pertaining to this, because these are questions being asked by my seniors and family members in my community. So the next question I have is in follow-up to my last question, Mr. Speaker, what systemic steps is the minister taking pertaining to another very vulnerable segment of our population? I'm referring to those disabled adults residing in group homes and other residential support programs. Mr. Speaker, Massey.
Thank you, member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member say that he'd be willing to share some of his questions and send it over to me, and we can respond as a department. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Health. Is the Health Authority actively looking at hiring translators in the hospital in Inuvik? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now in Inuvik, the Northwest Territories Health Social Service Authority in the Beaufort Delta region is actively recruiting for a regional Indigenous Wellness coordinator. So this position will lead the incorporation of Indigenous languages into programming and service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's first I heard of that, and that's starting to hear some good news. Will the Health Authority find ways to work with our Indigenous groups to have translators in the meantime in our hospitals and long-term care? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the idea of the Regional Indigenous Wellness Coordinator is to be able to work with stakeholders, residents and staff to determine what are some appropriate means to support languages. Also have translators in our centres. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir, oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So one last question for the Minister. Will she commit to having her department resolving this issue immediately, at least for the residents that are in our long-term care now? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Inuvik Regional Hospital and the long-term care in the Beaufort Delta will work with current healthcare practitioners who are able to speak additional languages. Currently in the hospital in the Beaufort Delta, we have a list of translators that can be called upon for translation services when required. We also have access to interpreter translator from Ulahaktuk via FaceTime and phone. So we do have some of these services that are available, and I hear what the member's asking to commit to is to, right now our department is committing for this position. Once we get the position, we could start to roll out how we continue to work with Indigenous groups. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Speaker, today was on leadership in regards to my mayors and the communities of my riding. Mr. Speaker, I just want to know from the Minister of Maka, what are we doing in regards to our weekly meetings with our mayors and chiefs across the territory? Is that still happening? So the information is flowing on COVID-19 and the pandemic moving forward on, potentially or not, the round 2 of COVID. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we were meeting since March, beginning of March, when COVID-19 first hit us. We were meeting weekly with both the municipal governments and the Indigenous governments every Friday, in fact. And so when the session started a week ago, 2 weeks ago, we asked them if they would take a break for session and meet with the officials, because of course I'll be in session. They were going to take a break, but Mr. Speaker, I just seen an email come through my desk that they're actually having a meeting this Friday as well. So my understanding is that the mayors and Indigenous governments will continue meeting with officials until session's over, at which time then we'll reinstate meeting with myself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, that's good to hear. Things moving forward without even us being there, so that's a good thing. Shows true leadership in our territory. Mr. Speaker, what is our minister looking at our emergency plans now on the go forward with this pandemic? I know this is all new to us. We had everything but pandemic in our emergency plans. I want to know and make sure that the minister is making sure that we go forward with all our communities, all 33 communities, on an emergency plan with a pandemic stage, on an upcoming pandemic in regards to, I said, COVID-19 second go around. So making sure that we're making safety of our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there's some work has been done with the municipalities, some work needs to be done. So when the COVID-19 first hit us, we focused on the immediate needs, making sure that people understood the orders and how to address the orders. That was our main focus. But as we move forward, we realized that even in the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, that when we did our emergency management plans for each community, they didn't include a pandemic. They talked about forest fires and they talked about flooding. So absolutely that work is going to have to be done for 33 communities, and it has to be done for us as a government to the Northwest Territories. So that's work that goes forward. The other thing that's huge for municipalities right now is we're still advocating with the federal government to see what relief they'll come through. We've been compiling the costs for the municipal governments. However, the Canadian Association of Municipalities actually sent a request to the federal government asking, I don't know the amount of money, but it was billions of dollars for all municipalities. So we're advocating, lobbying for that money, and watchful to see what comes out of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for that. In regards to our communities I represent, I have one on the highway and I have three with airline services. And it's been a tough 40 days in regards on the go forward, working with our first 10 days with working with my mayors, and that was non-stop in long days. The essential travel part now for our communities to keep peace of mind for our elders in our communities. Where does that fit in regards to essential travel? Are we making sure that the communities of Sax Harbor, YELLOWKNIFE, and Paulituck for essential travel, is that being the criteria yet with COVID, or did that loosen up in regards to that? And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for the N.W.T. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I'm on the wrong track, if the member can meet with me after and correct me, but I'm thinking he's asking about essential travelers to workers going into the communities. That is the same as it was when COVID-19 first hit. The only people that are into the Northwest Territories are essential workers from out of the community. But however, we do allow people from the Northwest Territories to still leave the territories, go south, as long as they have a self-isolation plan when they return. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, no, thank you, Minister. That was what I wanted to hear in regards to the action plan. So now that being said, for those three communities that are flying, for my community, home community, in regards to the check stops that we had in our community, is this government going to support my community of Tuktoyaktuk in regards to helping them pay, or is the federal government, COVID-19, going to pay the funds that was expended in regards to a check stop when it put people's mind at ease and it calmed everybody down? And I'm hoping this government will support that in paying that bill for the community of Tuktoyaktuk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for the N.W.T. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So at this point, we haven't been paying for any of the check stops that have happened in communities. We do have border patrols. We do have EMO that's on it, the enforcement and task force that's on it already. These are extra precautions that the communities, some communities, have taken upon themselves. At first, we were concerned about the health and safety of not only the people that were patrolling the check stops, but also the people going through. So we have not condoned the action. However, we haven't taken it down. I do know that we've given money to Indigenous governments. They can use that money as they wish for COVID-19, and I do know that the municipalities are seeking federal money. We're also getting them to compile their expenses. But at this time, until we figure out what's happening with the federal government around municipal funding, we have not put any resources into municipalities, only in the Indigenous government side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions today are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Mental health experts have cautioned that the fear of COVID, mounting death toll, economic downturn and uncertainty is fueling a mental health crisis. So what I would like to know is how has the Department of Health and Social Services changed mental health care through COVID? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the community counselling program continues to be available in the Northwest Territories, including locations here in Yellowknife. But during this pandemic, counselling services have changed. We are now providing these services through telephone or by using virtual options like Zoom and FaceTime. I do want to note that wait times for counselling across our system have been eliminated and residents can access same-day appointments. In addition, the federal government has also providing virtual options for all Canadians. The Wellness Together Canada is a free online portal with a variety of e-mental health apps focused on things like anxiety, depression, and stress. So the health social service system is working to promote these options to the residents of the Northwest Territories so that they can have more options that are easily accessible from home through this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I appreciate the Department of Health and Social Services looking for new ways to provide mental health care to Northerners, the reality is that not every single person has access to using apps or video conferencing for mental health appointments. Many residents of the Northwest Territories simply don't have the minutes on cell phones to be able to access telehealth. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to know is, will the Department of Health and Social Services still provide in-person counselling to people who simply cannot access these supports? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the community counselling program has shifted. I understand the members' concern about not being able to have the one-on-one. However, there are times when individuals may need to be seen by a health professional in person. So these are situations that we assessed on a case-by-case basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bringing home a new baby today would bring a whole new level of fear and anxiety with it for new moms. Heightened anxiety as parents work to keep their tiny infants safe, increased stress as parents are potentially further isolated from their support networks. How has support for new moms changed since March? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, supports that were in place for new moms before this pandemic are still available. These are things like the community counselling program, the healthy family program, public health and moms, boobs and babies. So these are some of the initiatives that we have available for moms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're lucky that COVID hit Canada as the sun was starting to come back in the north. Now that we're in phase 1, people are able to get outside, spend more time together while social distancing. Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned that our second and potentially third wave will come as we're heading back into winter and that the mental health of Northerners will be further at risk. Self-care for people includes exercise, eating properly, establishing a support network. So what I would like to know is, what is the plan for the Department of Health and Social Services to help keep Northerners safe as we potentially might end up re-entering the containment phase as winter sets in. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while we anticipate there will be a second wave of this virus, and we really have no way of knowing what course this pandemic will take, however, the health social service system is actively working to ensure residents are aware of services and supports available to them, and this is being done through traditional media platforms, website, Facebook pages, sites. Also includes a focus on the wellness and ways to cope and take care of yourself. This type of information is important at all times, especially during this pandemic, and we will continue to provide support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe now more than ever we have to ensure that our plan to create a polytechnic university is on track, and ideally I'd like to see it sooner rather than later. But my question is for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Is the current timeline as set out on the mandate to establish a polytechnic university on track? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All the activities planned to be completed in this Assembly are still on track to be completed in this Assembly. Like everything else, the last 2 months has been exclusively focused on COVID-19, and so we're about 2 months behind in a lot of ways, which has pushed some of the things I was hoping to have done this summer back a few months. But other than that, things are on track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think one of the most important conversations we're going to have regarding the Polytechnic is whether there is a flagship programming, what new programs will come out of it. I understand this is the work that will be done as part of the strategic plan that I hope to see soon. I recognize 2 months delay is understandable during COVID, but can the Minister update us on any decisions that have been made in regards to new programming for the Polytechnic University?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and no, and this isn't the forum where those would be discovered. There won't be decisions made behind closed doors that someone has to ask me about. It's going to be a much more transparent process than that. What's happening right now is that there is a plan in place and it's been refined, and a lot of the work has been done, and I spoke about this in not the last sitting necessarily, but the first part of this sitting, which we had back in February, March. And I had a plan, and I was taking it to Cabinet so then it could then be shared with the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight. Well, I'm just bringing it to Cabinet this week, and then hopefully the Standing Committee can see that plan Thursday or Friday, and it'll lay out the steps that we're taking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to seeing that plan and the timeline forward. Another big key question in getting this Polytechnic off the ground is getting the capital funding, specifically the capital funding from Ottawa. I know there is work to be done at the Fort Smith campus, work to be done at the Nunavut campus. Yellowknife is looking at the possibility of a new campus. Can the Minister update us on any progress that is made towards obtaining the capital to build new infrastructure for the Polytechnic? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's part of the work that we'll be undertaking in the coming months. We need to come up with a facilities plan. There's clearly work that needs to be done at all the locations, and there's work that can be done in the communities as well in terms of the community learning centers and the different types of access we can have there. So we're undertaking that work, creating a facilities plan to let us know exactly what we need. And I'm anxious to get that money too, but it's hard to go to the feds and say, we know we need something, but we don't have a plan for you just yet. And they don't want to give you money without a plan. So once we get that plan, then I'm confident the money will start rolling in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my concerns is that as Aurora College kind of sits in this limbo, we don't seem to be investing in new programming because we want to wait to get the strategic plan, and I get that, but I'm a little concerned that we're not building the programming we have as we grow into a polytechnic. Can the minister update us of whether there's any plans to introduce new programming into Aurora College, whether due to COVID-19 and the inability to have classes in the fall, or will any programming be cut, how the programming looks due to the situation we're currently in? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know if this is necessarily the time to be introducing new programming. The landscape has changed, and we went from in-person to distance learning in the matter of weeks. And so the focus right now is on preparing for distance learning, at least for the first semester. So there's no plan to add new programs. However, the member's right that we do need to grow our programming, and that's part of the transformation work, part of the strengthening of the foundation, ensuring that the administrative processes we have in place support the growth of programming. Maybe we take some of the administrative burden off of teachers and faculty. And so that's the type of work that's underway as well. We also have a new program review process, one that is nationally recognized. It lives up to national and international standards. And so programs will be added or removed based on that. We're not just going to cut a program to save a couple bucks. We're going to make sure going forward that we are doing this like a university would. This is going to be a world-class institution, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to do things like we're a world-class institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Earlier today, I raised the issue of the 8-week delay in accepting seed funding applications for 2021 from the time that we approved the ITI budget until the release of a new guideline to assist with economic recovery. Can the Minister explain why there was an 8-week delay in opening seed program funding for 2020-21? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ITI's seed program was announced on May 11th, 2020, 5.5 weeks into the new fiscal year. The seed program began taking applications for the 2020-21 year with an increased budget of $4 million. A new guideline was announced at this time, and all the seed programs are available for funding. However, priority was given to supporting business development opportunities that are forward-looking, supporting local employment, and have a plan that reflects our new economic realities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I don't want to get into a debate with the Minister, but it certainly was 8 weeks since this House actually approved the full contribution funding for the department. But there seems to be little clarity around the amount of funding available for each of the 8 seed streams and whether that money is divided regionally or on some other way. I find that and some of my constituents have said that uncertainty is not very helpful. Can the Minister tell us whether there's any allocation of seed funding by stream, region, or any other means, and how this will be communicated to the public? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned, SEED has a pot of $4 million this year. It is my understanding there is not allocations to the different programs, that rather we evaluate each program, each application on a case-by-case merit. They are regionally evaluated. However, it is my understanding there isn't certain amounts allocated to the regions. However, I will confirm that with my department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. Maybe that information might be posted to the ITI website so members of the public would actually know as well. The one-page 7 principles guideline for 2021 seed funding is for a range between $30,000 and $75,000. The new guideline is not reflected in the application form or the ministerial policy that was approved in 2019. Seems to me to be a little bit behind the times. So can the Minister explain why the seed application form and the ministerial policy has not been updated to reflect the new guideline? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has been a very busy time over the last while. I did want to confirm that I have received confirmation from my department that there is a regional funding allocations for the SEED program, and we can provide that for you. I do believe there's information available on the website. I can't really tell you exactly why that particular piece of information hasn't been updated, other than the fact of updating a ministerial directive, which is an overarching theme for my department. Was not my priority at the time. My priority was to get the funding out to people. I will commit to the member that we will update that immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that, and I pointed this out weeks ago to her. So, the delays in developing the new guideline and opening the SEED program application are difficult to understand. We have to be I think we have to be able to do a lot better, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague from Cam Lake ask questions last Thursday and the Minister's responses on the SEED applications to date. Can the Minister tell us whether there are any plans to seek additional funds for SEED or modify it further in light of the pandemic and need for economic recovery? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, my department constantly advocates and lobbies with the federal government for more funding for our programming, including SEED. We have numerous ongoing conversations with CanNor, with federal ministers in my FPT tables, at which every time I raise the issue of needing more business supports for Northwest Territories businesses, that we do fall through the cracks, that the majority of our businesses are small businesses who are already having economic uncertainty prior to COVID. So yes, we always look for more funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. As I said in my statement, there's a lot of freelance trailer camping going on the Ingram Trail on the weekend. I do appreciate that we wait all winter for a chance to be outside, but gathering in places other than campgrounds presents some risks to people and the environment. What is the risk to people of opening the campgrounds immediately? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Public Health Officer recently released Emerging Wisely and has identified certain permitted activities under the various phases. The opening of campgrounds is permitted and is a permitted activity under Phase 2. We are working towards opening campgrounds when the Chief Public Health Officer does move the Emerging Wisely plan to Phase 2 to allow for overnight camping. I would like to emphasize that not all services will be open due to ongoing risk assessments, such as with the shower buildings. All parks are different and require different risk assessments. These will help identify what is the capacity or the use of that park. I will take this moment to reiterate there is no compromising safety, and that is our #1 priority for our staff, contractors, and the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thanks for that little sermon. What kind of oversight is your department providing over freelance camping? Is anyone talking to campers about bears and fire risks, for example?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a working group of ADMs from Lands, ITI, and Infrastructure have been considering approaches to deal with pressure on the land and outside campgrounds. I will ask that ENR also be looped into this process. Departments will be working on a joint communication approach on the subject in the event that there is freelance camping beyond the campgrounds. Departments' inspectors are cross-appointed between health and departmental programs for compliance and enforcement under land and resource management legislation. The N.W.T recognizes that people will be enjoying social distancing out on the land this summer, but we will be encouraging residents to enjoy the land in a way that is safe, respectful, and does not interfere with others' enjoyment. We understand staycations will be popular alternatives in the N.W.T for the foreseeable future. And to be safe and be responsible, know where you can temporarily use the land. You are permitted to camp on untenured territorial commissioner's land short-term. 2 or 3 nights is acceptable. If you meet up with others, observe the 2-meter rule. Leave no trace. Pack your garbage out with you and limit your stay at a popular spot so others can enjoy too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister makes this sound like a hypothetical question. This is not a hypothetical question. People are camped all over the Ingram Trail. The bears are active. The lakes are sometimes still frozen. We have some very significant risks to having people have fires, garbage, sewage outside of the campgrounds. So I haven't heard yet what the risk assessment is of that dynamic versus all of the words you've given us about safety first. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would not want to overstep my authority. I only have authority to administer within the parks. If there are issues with things happening on lands, those go under other departments. I believe the Department of Lands would also be involved, or you can call the RCMP if you're finding that people are not treating things properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Yellowknife Centre.
No, thanks.
Thank you. Oral questions, Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm slightly concerned that we might be putting too much emphasis on our digital supports when it comes to helping people with mental health. My first question, again, sorry, for the Minister of Health and Social Services, is we've heard of extreme benefits, even in this House from different members, of connecting with knowledge keepers in times of need. And so I'm wondering if the Department of Health and Social Services has looked into on-the-land mental health clinics for Northerners during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, our department provides $1.8 million to Indigenous groups for on-the-land programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that the minister spoke to, we're not quite sure what the fall will bring still. And we aren't sure what the fall will bring, and we aren't sure what will happen with kids this fall with the second or third wave, and if kids will end up back at school. But we have heard wonderful things about the child and youth care counsellors that will be going into school this fall. And so what I'm wondering is, even if our kids don't return to school, will these child and youth care counsellors still be accessible supports to the kids of the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the answer is yes. The child and youth care counsellors are already working with schools and continuing to provide supports to children and youth in their schools and in their communities. The child and youth care counsellors are providing services to children and youth using the telephone and virtual approaches. Also, we will continue to work through the summer and into the fall, regardless of whether schools are open or not. Thank you.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that answer from the minister. I'd like to move on to our frontline workers if possible. Compassion fatigue is a real thing, and I think that it is something that our frontline workers are experiencing throughout the Northwest Territories right now. Many of our frontline workers were recalled from March break, annual leave was cancelled, and they've been working non-stop at a very high stress time. With a limited number of mental health counsellors, nurses and physicians that we have in the Northwest Territories, how does the N.W.T intend to support the needs of Northerners while protecting the psychological health and safety of our frontline staff? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as well, all the N.W.T frontline staff have access to their Employee and Family Assistance Program, the EFAP. In addition, the Northwest Territories Health Social Service Authority has implemented a staff support line and a crisis debriefs needed in all the region. The Northwest Territories Health Social Service Authority has also worked with occupational health and safety to create a wellness room that's in the hospitals for staff who may need to access their EFAP or support line during their shift. There's also plans to support vacation leave for health professionals over the summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir, oral questions. Member for Kamloops. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of ENR. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my statement, There was a lot of freelance camping that happened on the Ingraham Trail this weekend. And I do appreciate we wait all winter to get outside, but gathering in places outside of campgrounds presents some risks to both people and the environment. So my question for you is, what kind of monitoring has your department done of the freelance camping on the Ingraham Trail in the last week? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. So the department does go out there and inspect various campsites and that. Unfortunately, right now campsites are canceled or closed right now, so we actually ask the public to advise us of situations so that we're aware of it, so we can send staff out there to make sure they're following the guidelines as we set out in place process for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I understand it, it's up to the public to police themselves in the matter of freelance camping, and there is no either proactive inspection or proactive education taking place with the campers about the risks of camping in wild places at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we actually do publicly get out there with the telling people to be fire smart, being safe, looking out for the environment, don't feed bears and stuff like that. Again, what we're trying to do is, because we're in a new environment, we do have staff out there, but we don't have them out there on the weekends right now. But we will look into this matter and we will advise the public what we're going to be doing moving forward. So right now, we rely on the public because we're asking them to advise us of situations so we can help move forward. We do have, wearing my other hat with the Minister of Lands, we do have inspectors out there as well. But again, we're asking people to work with us on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that. So you don't inspect on weekends, so I'm going to say that that's when the most freelance camping takes place. So how is your department keeping a lid on the potential risks of fires, sewage dumps, garbage dumps, bear interactions, and so on? How is your department keeping a lid on that if they don't go out on weekends? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, I guess I should clarify. They do weekends, but right now we didn't because we're in a new environment. The campgrounds that are going on right now, freelancing that, we're working on that. We're looking at that situation. But we do have our bear line up. We have our fire line up. So we have those things there. As for the sewers and that, we got to work with our cross departments. As the Minister for ITI spoke about, we have people that are cross-trained, so we work together with these matters. So again, we're asking the public to bring it forward to us if we have concerns. We've heard the member loud and clearly here. We will now get back and educate people on this process. Get the details. I don't have that with me right in front of me right now, but I will make that commitment to this member right now and to the public. What we will do is we'll get that information to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Just a reminder to members and ministers, please direct your questions and answers through me, Mr. Speaker. Okay. With that, final supplementary, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that response. When should I expect to see this follow-up action? Thank you.
For Yellowknife Centre, Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As for follow-up, I know the department's listening to us right now, so within 5 days, I'm hoping to have that answer, or if not sooner. So thank you, Madam, Mr. Speaker.
It's been a long weekend there, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question are for the Minister of Lands. Previously, the Minister of Lands said that he will have a process set out for transferring land within municipal boundaries to municipal governments. Specifically, my concern is with the City of Yellowknife and transferring the vacant commissioner's land, not the land that is currently withdrawn. Can the minister provide an update on any process that has been made on this front? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've said in the House here before, we are working with Indigenous governments in the City of Yellowknife to move the process forward. We've had a number of meetings, and we are trying to work with them to come up with a process that works for everybody involved, including the City of Yellowknife in this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the concerns here is that before the Department of Lands divests itself of lands, there needs to be Section 35 consultation. And I recognize there's going to be multiple meetings and there's a number of processes here involving EIA, but can the Minister of Lands commit that they are doing the Section 35 consultation, or is that work the responsibility of the city? I'm trying to figure out which party is actually responsible for the Section 35 consultation here, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, both. The City of Yellowknife needs to work with Indigenous governments, but we also need to work with Indigenous governments and the City of Yellowknife right now. We're working together. We're having numerous meetings. We're collaborating. We're having these conversations. But again, it's about people working together, and we're trying to do what's right in a timely manner. And I know it seems to be drawn out, but we're working together, and we've had a number of meetings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear that they're working together. I'm hoping that I won't be hearing that in 3 years and this issue won't be resolved. Another key issue in this matter is that before the land can legally be transferred, the surveying has to be cost. The surveying costs for land of this size is significant. Can the Department of Lands update me of any efforts to find funding to conduct that surveying, and who is ultimately responsible for that cost? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to surveying lands, it is actually the municipality's responsibility, not the department's. And I'm hoping that within 3 years it will be done. But again, it's about people working together. And if they're not going to be able to work together, that's our challenge. So right now, from my understanding, in talking with the YK Chiefs and the Mayor of Yellowknife, people are working together. They're working to come up with an agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respect that, and I know that land issues in the Northwest Territories are extremely complicated and that they can often get held up because they get tied into other much larger reconciliation issues. My final question is can the Minister of Lands update me to any conversations that are ongoing with the North Slave Métis Alliance in regards to this transfer? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My understanding, there has not been any conversations yet with the North Slave Métis, but we will confirm with that with the department in the city and get back to the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, Northwest Territories Housing Corporation 2021 Consolidation Operating Budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notice is a motion. Notice is a motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Bill 6, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act, table document 30-19, brackets 2, main estimates 2020-2021 of the Department of Infrastructure, with a member for Nevicton Lake signature.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Mr. Madam Chair, committee wishes to consider table document 30-19 sub 2, main estimates, Department of Infrastructure. Motion to move. Yeah. And also further that, Madam Chair, we'd like the committee next wish to consider Bill 6, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act.
Thank you, Mr. Norn. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will have a short recess and we'll resume with where we left off with infrastructure regional operations. All right. All right, committee, I'm going to call committee back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 30-19 2 main estimates 2020-2021, and we were at the Department of Infrastructure, and we were going to start regional operations. Does the minister wish to bring witnesses to the House?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to bring Dr. Joe Dragon, my Deputy Minister, and Mr. Gary Brennan, the Director of Financial Services.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. You're going to have to introduce. Would the minister please introduce her witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On everyone's left, if we're looking at the back room, is Dr. Joe Dragon, my Deputy Minister, and on his right, or sorry, his left, our right, is Mr. Gary Brennan, the Director of Corporate Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. All right, so we will start with regional operations, beginning on page 239 with information items up to page 242. Questions? Did I miss something? There's no questions? Do we have questions? Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Are we also dealing with the revolving fund pages that follow that? Thanks, Madam Chair.
We are dealing with pages 239 to 242, and then we will go on to the next following sections, technology service, after, I'll go page by page. So up to 242 right now, regional operations. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at the line item highway operations, $80 million. Can I get a sense is what that money is for? Is that all of our road maintenance costs, or does that also show up in the capital budget? If I could get a sense of which part of road maintenance is in this budget versus capital. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
A bit lost. Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'm a bit lost. Are we still on page 240? Okay. So which item was could the member please repeat this question? Thank you.
Member, can you please repeat your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the line item highway operations specifically, $80 million. And I would like to get a sense of what this line item entails and where exactly in road maintenance falls within the operations budget versus the capital budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is one that I will ask Dr. Dragon to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this allotment of $80 million is looking at all of our highway operations across the regions. So looking at a number of activities that we have within that program detail would look at resurfacing, bridge rehabilitation, culvert repairs, that type of activity that goes right across the territory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I understand, there's bridge rehabilitation, and then if we need a brand new bridge, that would be in capital. And I get that this 80 million covers road resurfacing, but if we go to the capital budget, there's a number of, existing kind of infrastructure projects related to highways. So I was hoping the minister, her deputy minister, could just help me flush out why some road maintenance ends up in operations and others ends up in capital. Ultimately, I'm looking to get a sense of how much we spend maintaining our highways. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will ask Dr. Dragon to answer this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to let the committee know that in terms of this, anything above $50,000, that's not included in terms of our capital. So as we look at, we have a very detailed list of all the activities that we have across the north, going from all the different highways. It's quite a bit of detail to be able to do here, but more than willing to provide that to the member because it goes through, it's 2 pages of very detailed work on all of the activity that we're doing on all the major highways. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize perhaps the level of detail I'm looking for in breaking down this 80 million figure and looking at what's in capital is a bit too much to ask right now. But if I could have the department provide it to me. And ultimately, I'm looking at a figure to try and get a sense. I know we've done some of this capital planning about how much we currently spend on road maintenance, whether that is in per mile, and what the future looks like for our road maintenance. I know a number of our highways are in really significant need of repair, and I don't believe this $80 million comes anywhere close to maintaining them. So I guess I just want to get a report, if I could, from the department on how much we spend on road maintenance and what the future of our ability to continue to maintain our highways looks like. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We actually do have an annual report that is available on the website, but I will commit to giving the member a more fulsome briefing on our highways. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Oh, no further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Are there questions in relates to regional operation? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I've got a couple of questions about some line items on page 240. Maybe I'll just start with utilities. Back in 2018-19, there was $38 million for utilities, and now it's down to $35 million. Can somebody tell me why that bounces around a bit? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The difference in the utilities there is that we've seen in the new Stanton Territorial Hospital utilities. It was originally an estimate. We had no other building in the north to compare it to, so now we have actuals, so that's some of the change. We have $250,000 of marine utilities. We also have sunsetting or right word, but for the Lafferty Ferry upgrade, we're spending less there on utilities now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Okay, the line before that, travel. I know this is a big department, and I guess people are traveling all over the place, but $850,000 for travel. What kind of travel are we talking about there? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There would be travel around to do different types of maintenance, I would imagine, between communities if we have people in regional centres that need to go out to do something specific in a smaller community. However, I think that I would like to pass this to Dr. Dragon to just explain more fulsomely why we are traveling so much in the Department of Infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In looking at our travel budget, we look at monies that are transferred here. We had a seasonal project officer transfer, so transferring that money, that was one that was for $22,000 in terms of the difference. We also have from time to time increased travel due to activities in certain regions. In this case, we had increased travel in the N.W.T region that had a lot of our teams going into that region based on projects that were identified there. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, okay, I'm just trying to get a sense of this. Is this money for regional staff to travel, or is headquarters included in this? And is this related to the maintenance of facilities, or does say if we have a capital project and someone needs to go out and check to see what's happening, travel related to that, does that come out of this budget? What does it really cover? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There would be definitely lots of different types of travel involved. I think I will go to Mr. Brennan for a more fulsome response. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the travel line item here would be for all of the regional staff for operational maintenance purposes. It didn't include building maintenance, highway maintenance, those types of work, and would not include any capital expenditures. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for all right. I'll move on to member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at contract services under the expenditure category of regional operations, and I'm wondering if the minister can give us an idea of what type of contracts would come out of this for a main estimate type budget for regional operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The contract services include things like leases and maintenance for the long-term care facilities, Highway 8 maintenance, the seasoned project officer transfer that was already referred to, the Wikisi Land Use Planning Office, the Norman Wells Health Centre maintenance, Highway number 8 maintenance. We've seen some decreases there. We've seen a decrease in the Inuvik to Tuktoyaktuk Highway operations and maintenance, as well as a decrease in marine maintenance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just looking at this line item and the value, like a substantial value of $66 million, and I'm wondering how much of that ends up going to northern companies and staying in the north when we're hiring people to either do that maintenance or we're paying companies for office leases and such. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have those numbers or that percentage in front of me. I will check with my team to see if they do have that. Dr. Dragon does indicate he does. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the 1920 fiscal year, the N.W.T awarded 45 contracts valued at $95 million for construction, maintenance, and A&E services. Of those, 87% were to northern businesses. One of the things that we're looking into right now in the discussions around procurement and the procurement review is how do we publish those numbers effectively to make sure that we're looking at northern businesses, but also what do we do with our BIP clients and being able to see metrics so we're able to effectively look at all the different parts of contracts and where are they coming from? Are they coming in the north? Are we having southern companies? So some of the things that we're looking at right now. But again, for the 1920 fiscal year, we're looking at about 87% of those contracts going to northern businesses. And 6 of those contracts, or 13%, were awarded to southern firms. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think I'm crossing over to my same line of questioning as last time now, so I'm going to be careful. But we talked last time about how whether 87% went to northern companies, but did 87% actually end up staying in the north and benefiting northern workers? And so I just wanted to reiterate that that's my concern with that one is, well, the definition of a northern company is a concern, and then also what is actually the benefit retention to the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we've all stated, this is a priority to have this become a more meaningful use of our procurement dollars to retain them in the north, so that is part of the focus and what I have directed the department to do. We are going to be coming back to the AOC with a procurement presentation and a conversation around the plans going forward for input on how we can do procurement better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Kamloops. To member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to start off with, I guess, the ferries. Most of the ferries are up there in age. And I know that we're spending money keep them up to standards. And I'm just wondering if the department is looking at, I guess on a cost basis, if it's worth to continue doing repairs and trying to keep them up to standard for Transport Canada, or are we going to be looking at possibly doing building new ones for the ferry system? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As any department would have, we do have a preventative maintenance program and asset program where we would be looking at items like the ferries and others to determine if they are near the end of their useful life and whether or not replacement would make more sense than continuing to retrofit. Currently, we're going to be applying for funding under our low carbon energy efficiency fund. I think I've got that right, but the LCEIF, and we'll be looking for money there to work on our ferries and potentially purchase new ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to move over here to marine operations, which I'm not sure if MTS is part of that. But anyways, I guess what I'd like to comment on here is we in Hay River, a good portion of the operation is there. The facility is there, and ships are there. And one of the problems we run into is the access out of the harbor. So I'm wondering if there's any consideration given by the department to take a look at possibly dredging that harbor to reduce any cost associated with damage to the vessels. Because I know that this spring, I think MTS set one. There's one boat that started sailing out of the harbor, and I wasn't sure if the department was trying to save money because it was unmanned. But they did bring it. They were able to bring it back, and if it wasn't for the sandbars out there, it might have got out a little further. So thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That does not include MTS. It's its own revolving fund, so that is the ferries. We do have an application in under the Oceans Protection Plan to dredge the harbor, so we're waiting for word back from the federal government if we were successful in that funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, back to the ferries, I guess, is what... I know that looking through some of the documentation is that we've been able to reduce the cost of operating by swapping out engines with a different brand than that. Are we looking at doing that for all of them? And if we are we looking at making sure that we're buying the same brand for each of them, so that in terms of parts and maintenance, that we're not having to keep parts for this brand, parts for that brand? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're always looking at ways that we can better optimize. I think the member's point's very good, that why buy 5 different types of engines that we would then need 5 different types of people to service or parts for. So your comments are noted. Definitely, if my department is not already thinking along those lines, then there definitely will be having a conversation afterwards that they should be. I would assume they are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go to highways operations. I'm thinking about Highway 1 from the border into Enterprise, and there is no shoulders on that highway, and I'm wondering if the department is looking at widening that portion to ensure that you know, that we have a highway that's safe and allows you know, the amount of traffic that goes over it to go over it safely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It definitely depends on the different types of risk. So each section of the highway is evaluated for those types of risk. I think I'm going to ask Dr. Dragon to just provide whether or not the Highway 1 in that specific area is coming up on our list. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the Minister very much correct in terms of looking at all of the different highways and looking at priorities on those highways. Right now, identified for Highway 1, we have chip seal resurfacing from kilometer 0 to 70 and then kilometer 135 to 170. Looking at doing that. We're also in Highway 1 looking at the Trout River Bridge rehabilitation, and that's at kilometer 324, as well as culvert repair that we have at kilometers 510. Again, I've noted the widening as an opportunity for future work, but right now that's the priority that we have set for Highway 1. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to move on to road licensing and safety. Right now, with dealing with COVID, it seems like the staff that looks after the highway system, they are basically managing the border. Are we going to be putting them back onto the highways and doing inspections of vehicles that are you know, going over the highway, big trucks and that? And I know that there's been instances of concern about speeding now that that trucks know that there's no enforcement. So I'm just wondering what's happening with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As they are at the checkpoint, they are actually kind of somewhat inspecting vehicles as they go by them. I would imagine they're looking for any deficiencies as they sit at the checkpoint. Maybe not. I saw you shake your head no. But I do believe the idea is to get that we would not be sacrificing highway enforcement for the people at the borders. We still have our shifts covered for the highways. If people are speeding, that's also an RCMP issue. We would definitely be communicating if we're hearing instances of that to the police. I'm just going to ask Dr. Dragon if he has anything to add to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Madam Chair. Yes, in looking at responding to COVID and getting the borders up really quickly, we had a lot of our HTOs, Highway Transportation Officers, that were assigned to those checkpoints. Initially, I would say we were trying to just focus in on that. What we've been able to do now is really move towards kind of a hybrid system. So having some of our inspections that are taking place at the border, it's a little bit tricky now that we've moved the border operation to right at the border versus Enterprise. And so we look at operations at Enterprise picking up, but it also depends on region and where we have them coming in from BC and where we have them coming in from the Yukon. The one thing I would say about this line item, it's very much our road licensing system. So this is where we would renew our licenses, our registrations, that sort of thing, not necessarily our HTO officers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Hay River South.
Madam Chair, I just want to go back to the ferries for a minute. And the Johnny Barons, That one, it looks like it should probably be replaced. And the Abraham Francis, is there any consideration or any work done to bring that up to 64,000 kg? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a pretty specific question, so I think I will pass that one to Dr. Dragon as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know a lot of times when we have any of the ferries, we have 4 ferries that we currently run. One of them we do own forces, other 3 are done by contractors. A lot of times we look at, again, very much a regulated activity by Transport Canada. And so when we look at various upgrades to that system, we look right across the board and trying to maximize. As the Minister mentioned, we're trying to access some funds from the LCLF fund that would allow us to upgrade. However, we haven't heard yet whether or not we've been successful in that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. I will move on to member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 240, I'm just wondering about the allocations for the airport operations. I've always been interested in airports lately, and I was wondering if I can get a detailed allocation for airport operations.
Thank you, member for Tabacha. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you would like a breakdown, a budget breakdown of the airport operations, we're going to have to provide it, I think, as a return, if that's okay with the member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
The other line that I'm interested in is the regional operations, the leases, the 29,191. I'm wondering if I can get a breakdown, a detailed breakdown of those.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All of our leases are office space leases, all those prices, so they are those costs. They are in all the different regional communities, the Yellowknife area, your community as well. So we will provide a breakdown of those by each community, if that's what the member would like. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
The other thing that I'm interested in is the regional projects. What does the 2951 entail?
Thank you, member. Minister.
Yeah. So thank you, Madam Chair. We do have things, actually, sorry, Madam Chair, I'm going to pass this one over to Dr. Dragon as well. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to just give you the money that's changing from the 1920 mains to the 2021 mains. So for regional projects, mainly that increase is for our collective agreement wage increases, but I would turn it over to Mr. Brennan to be able to go through that in detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the regional projects line item is essentially the money that is spent in the regions by staff working in the regions on building maintenance and other minor projects that don't fit the capital definition per our Financial Administration Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Tabacha.
I couldn't hear him. Could he just speak aloud and clear so I could just hear what he said? Please, Madam Chair.
Mr. Brennan, can you repeat yourself?
Madam Chair, I'll try to speak louder. Yeah, so regional projects is the money that's allocated to the regions for higher? Okay, is for building maintenance and other small projects in the region.
Headpiece. The earpiece, which you'll be able to hear. All right, sorry for cutting you off, Mr. Brennan.
Let's try this one more time.
Okay. Can you hear me now? All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the regional projects budget is again, it's a regional budget allocated to the maintenance staff in the region to do minor projects on buildings and other items, and it is for work that doesn't meet the capital definition as per the Financial Administration Act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Tabacha.
So, Madam Chair, so it's more discretionary, right?
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would definitely be dependent on each office and what was needed at the office. I do believe under certain amounts there would be regional authorities that could go ahead and do a small project without having to escalate it up the chain, but there would be thresholds in which there would need to be senior and then I would imagine up to my level minister approvals. So, but because these are the smaller ones, I would imagine a lot of it is done regionally. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
I guess, Madam Chair, my concern with that would be making sure that it's neutral, objective, and making sure that the Aboriginal groups are contacted in this case, even at a regional level or at a community level, because many times, you know, a lot of the groups are looking for extra employment and opportunities. And so just as, you know, I'd like to make sure that the department takes that into consideration when when this happens, because it's really important that we include everyone. Inclusiveness is extremely important, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I commit to the member to have that conversation with each of my regional offices to re-emphasize the direction I have given to the Deputy Minister to maximize and utilize Northern and Indigenous businesses more. As well, we will have that procurement review and input from yourself on that so that we can make these changes and make sure we're doing better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
The other one I want to just ask a further question on is kind of on the same lines as one of my colleagues already asked, Madam Chair, and that's the 66444, the contract services. It was stated that 87% of it went to Northerners. The big list that we got on one of our documents, there was a lot of businesses on there that are BIP, but are I would not consider them Northern myself if they're not owners in the Northwest Territories. So I'm just wondering, how is that? How is 87% quite possible? Like, I want to make sure that because there is a concern from about Northern content. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I definitely have had a lot of conversations over the last 8 months with yourself included about better maximizing and ensuring that people are not saying one thing and doing another. So again, I commit to the member that this is going to change in my department and that we are going to ensure that more Northern and Indigenous businesses are winning contracts and working through COVID and beyond. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I will move on to then Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just a question in regards, I brought up a member statement this week in regards to the Sax Harbor Airport and the situation that's too saturated in the community to land small aircraft for medevac planes and only allowed, I guess, twin otters with Tundra tires, which the airline does not have at this time, and they're working towards getting a plane up there to service the community. Where does that fall in under 2018 main estimates? It was put in there, and then why hasn't it been done? Or what's the plan coming to get this situation for Sax Harbor sorted out? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Sax Harbor, the drainage improvements are actually under the capital budget, so they'll be addressed with there. We do have, as I mentioned in the House yesterday, that we do have the excavator coming this summer to do the work, but I believe that's all under our capital budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why do we there must be an excavator in the community. Why are we having to wait this long? Or what are we, interim, I guess we could do for the safety of the community of Sax Harbor to try to get that runway opened up? Or is the department going to be helping the airline for the $58,000 a year or $58,000 a month to bring that aircraft into the community? Because it's not the airline's fault, it's our government in regards to not providing adequate runway service to the community. So where does that fall under? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding they are doing snow removal right now on the runway so that the planes can land. It is under our climate change adaptation strategy to deal with some of these airport drainage issues. How about I will commit as well to the member to have a discussion about that particular airport after. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. All right, we will move on to member for Tunaday Willaday.
Madam Chair, I had a couple of questions. One of the things that that kind of stood out with me was the line item on amortization. For 2021, it's at 58.4 million. And I looked through the entire book just to make sure, and it's quite high. It's almost pushing half of the entire N.W.T's expenditures. I'm just wondering why that is. And as well, maybe, I'll start with that and then we'll keep on going. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amortization is quite an accounting area, an accounting term, so I think I'll pass this off to Mr. Brennan and remind him to speak up when he answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so amortization, and I'll try to use some terms that are not too accountingese for you and for me. But so when we put an asset into service, a capital asset, it has a useful life of, say, 20 years, and that asset is depreciated over those 20 years. So the amortization shows up every year, and it's representative of how many assets we put into service, and it gets charged over the life of the asset. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Tunaday Willaday?
Madam Chair. I know, good. I'm glad there was a little bit of clarification because my next question was if you could have to explain this accounting term to an elder, how would you do that? So I guess you kind of caught a little bit of it. So okay, well, thank you for that explanation. So with this, why is this this amortization for this department so high in relation to other departments?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would believe that has to do with just the sheer size of the Department of Infrastructure and the number of assets that we do manage. We have a lot of the N.W.T buildings for other client departments. We have the roads, we have airports, everything sort of tangible or a lot of tangible things fall under the Department of Infrastructure compared to, say, finance, which maybe doesn't have as much brick and mortar as we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tunaday Willaday.
Madam Chair. So just to clarify, so those assets could mean, like you mentioned, like buildings, equipment, and that sort of those sort of items, correct? Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tunaday Willaday?
Moving along, I'm just looking at, are we doing the page 241? Yeah. Band council subsidized leases. Can, Madam Chair, can the minister just describe what Indigenous groups this would be applicable for? What group this applies to?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have the group names in front of me, and I will pass that off in a second, but I just wanted to state that the Department of Infrastructure no longer has any agreements with land councils for subsidized leases. So the practice has been discontinued. A submission has to be prepared to reduce the infrastructure lease budget by $140,000. The accounting offset is included in revenue, so that's why it's showing up, but after this, it will no longer be involved in our budget. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, do you want to pass to Dr. Dragon? Or if he can tell us which ones those entail.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I don't have that information with me, but the minister is correct. We're no longer providing that service, so we're actually moving it out of the books. My apologies for not bringing it today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragan. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Madam Chair, just so I got my head wrapped around this, so with this then, so you're saying it's discontinued, so this assistance won't be available to whatever band that this help was meant for, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe there were agreements in place that had end dates, and that's why that these have ended. I wouldn't be able to tell you what the prior minister what the reasoning was of that, but I do commit to coming back to the member and finding that information and providing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Yeah, that'll be much appreciated, and I have nothing further.
All right. Are there any further questions under regional operations? Member for Deschaux.
Merci, Madam Chair. Under marine operations, we have resupply to the communities. There's the Mackenzie River communities. So I imagine their service from the port of Hay River or the Beaufort Delta. I'm not certain if their service from Hay River or else the resupply is from Inuvik. Can you just clarify that? And at the same time too, whether we're seeing an increase in the resupply cargo? Let's see.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The marine operations listed here are the ferries only. The MTS is its own revolving fund, and it does have its own separate budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Minister. I think we will be getting to that in the next section, the MTS. Yeah, sorry. Oh, member for Deschaux.
Sorry, I'm just wondering about capital projects, whether that's in the next section too.
No, capital projects are not. We're just doing operation budget. So, member for Deschaux, do you have questions on the regional operations?
The marine operations, the Marine Training Center, I was hearing about it. I'm not sure where the center really is located and whether it's still operational and if you're getting a high attendance there. And if not, would we consider Southern students to fill any empty seats?
Just to be clear, I think that would be under MTS, but yeah. All right. Anything related to MTS, we'll speak to it in the next once we're done this. So if it's, thank you. Okay, thank you, member for Deschaux. I'll put you on the list first when we get to the next. All right, so are there further questions in relations to regional operations on page 239 to 242? Okay, seeing that there's no further questions, please turn to page 240. Infrastructure regional operations expenditure summary, 2020-2021 main estimates, $210,146,000. Does committee agree? Okay. All right, now we will move on to turn to the page, starting on page 243, and I'll read off the title if people have questions to that. So once we get to it. So first one is on page 243, 244, Technology Service Center. Are there questions related to that? No questions. Moving on. Public Stores Revolving Fund on page 245 and 246. Or no, 245, sorry. If there are no questions on that, I will move on to page 246, Petroleum Products Revolving Fund. Questions and relates to that. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. If you look at the bottom of the page itself, this fund is in a deficit of, well, between lots of money. What is going on? Why is this fund in such a large accumulated deficit? $1 million. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That has to do with the fuel delivery issues of a few years back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, but even if I go back at 2018-19, it's still in an $850,000 deficit. And I'm trying to remember, maybe was that after the fuel delivery problem? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe that it is still an impact of that, of the missed year and the having to fly fuel in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I understand that the purpose of this was to, I'm just looking at the top of the page, of course, as well, try to stabilize the price of fuel in communities and so on. And right now, at one point, you could take a barrel of oil and somebody would pay you $37 to actually take it away. So how do we use this fund in a way that tries to stabilize the price for our communities and takes advantage of, say, when oil was really low there for a while? Are we that nimble or quick that we can actually use this money in a way to bring down the cost of fuel in our communities? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the fund was set up through the Revolving Funds Act to provide working capital to finance the inventory, the accounts receivable, and the operating expenses required for the distribution of petroleum products. So it was hoped that the fund would then, or the idea is that the fund would then stabilize prices for the communities. It can significantly fluctuate, so by providing these flexibility through these pricing guidelines approved by the Financial Management Board, and the ability to seek approval for pricing outside the guidelines in the event of extreme or unforeseen changes in the cost, that's how we end up stabilizing the prices. So the variance between the budget from which the components of the fuel prices and charges are based and the actual results. So that's why we see a difference there. I'm just going to ask if Dr. Dragon has anything that he would like to add to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, and in looking at this revolving fund, we purchase approximately 35 million liters of fuel each year. So based on that, we look at how do we transport them either by marine, which is tug and barge. That's about 17 to 20 million liters of fuel. And transferring by road, which is tanker trucks, so around 14 to 17 million liters of fuel. Again, looking at this fund, we're not trying to make any money off the fund. We're just trying to deliver that fuel and provide it for resupply into the 16 communities that are served by the Petroleum Products Program. And so as we look at the price, and as in the last session that we had looking at the price that we buy fuel, typically we purchase the fuel, it comes in, and then we deliver it all through the north. We actually have to recover that cost of fuel when it was bought at that time. As the member had mentioned, now we have a reduced price. We would look at buying prices now at this new price, but until we're able to find that equilibrium of being able to either we lessen the amount of fuel prices. We're currently working with the Department of Finance to see what options we have in order to take advantage of that. But it is something that we look at this group within the fuel division looks at all the time of how do we reduce the cost of this fuel to taxpayers, because we not only resupply those communities, but we also resupply NTPC and all of the fuel that they have in those communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. So I'm just trying to figure out, so when the day where Texas crude went to negative $37 a barrel, could we actually buy enough on the spot market so that we could give away fuel in the communities? Can we bulk purchase that far in advance? Can we store the stuff somewhere? I have no sense of how this actually works. And if the witnesses need to go back and get somebody else to help them answer that, I'm fine if getting an answer later. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are currently looking to improve our volume, our capacity of storage for fuel, and we've made some applications for funding for that. I will commit to coming back to the member with some more information at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions on Petroleum Product Revolving Fund? If not, Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just going off of what Kevin was saying is, I guess what analysis was completed to with respect to purchasing the petroleum products at the best possible price? Have we looked at not only taking the fuel down the Mackenzie, but also coming around the coast? Like, it seems to me that I think we talked about rack price before, and I think there's that price there can go anywhere from, depends where you're buying it, from 15 cents up to whatever. So I'm just wondering what analysis and how much work did this department actually put into it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River. Please talk with either the member's riding or last name. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are very hampered at times with our ability to just be able to just go and purchase fuel when it's at its cheapest. That would be due to things, like I said, about storage capacity as well. Too, we have a very specific times in which we need to be able to do our resupply. So it does make a bit of a difference about when we can go ahead and purchase that fuel. As for your other questions about how much analysis has been done or whether or not alternate routes have been explored, I would have to come back to you with that information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister. Member for Hay River South.
I'm good.
Any other questions on petroleum products revolving account? If not, moving on to Marine Transport Service Revolving Fund, and I'll give the floor to Member for Deschaux.
Did we switch pages already?
248.
Okay, getting back to my question. We got resupply down the Mackenzie Valley, or the Mackenzie Valley communities that don't have the road system in the summer months. I'm assuming, or I know that they are being serviced from the Hay River Port with the barges, the tugs and barges. The Beaufort Delta, which is up in the Arctic Ocean communities, my question there was, are they being resupplied from a port in Inuvik? And I'm wondering the frequency of the deliveries during the summer months, whether we're increasing in the resupply and the resupply of cargo I guess I'll start with those ones. Masi.
Thank you. Member for Decho, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know specifically myself off the top of my head whether or not the resupply into the Beaufort Delta is from the ocean or whether it's up the Mackenzie. I believe it's up the Mackenzie, but I'm going to ask Dr. Dragon to clarify.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, right now, in terms of the resupply, we've been coming up through Hay River and into all the communities going up, all the way up to Inuvik. We are looking at opportunities right now, and it speaks to the question of have we looked at other opportunities? And we have, in terms of our team, looking at where we can purchase fuel. Very important as we look at the purchasing of fuel, making sure that we have the right quality of fuel and in terms of timing and when we get it into these ports. But we have a full sailing schedule that goes from Hay River and then all the way to all those communities up in the north that's available online, and we could provide to the member as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Decho.
Yeah, thanks for that. To me, it seems like it's quite the long trip up the Mackenzie River. There's lots of hours in there. There's lots of fuel being burnt. I thought we may have learned our lessons from the 2018 fiasco with the fuel resupply. And there was lots of comments that it's probably more prudent to have a resupply set up in Inuvik to supply the Beaufort Delta communities for fuel and cargo. I'm wondering what the department's thoughts are on that. Masi.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Within the department, and we're always looking to better optimize our services. I know that the opening of the Arctic Ocean and the Arctic Passage is a relatively new thing. There's concerns about shipping through the Arctic as well. It's definitely something that I know we'll be looking at going forward, and we note the members' comments. Also as well, with my other hat on, it's not that department, but ITI is exploring LNG and such within the Beaufort Delta. So my hope is one day we will not be sending fuel up the Mackenzie to the Beaufort Delta. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Decho.
I look forward to that report tomorrow. Okay, well, we'll leave that. It's in the capable hands of the minister and her staff. But that's something I would really want to have considered. It saves a lot of wear and tear and everything all around, and could be beneficial in savings in the future. The Marine Training Center. I'm not sure if that one is in Fort Smith or Hay River. And I'm wondering if it's being used to its full capacity with people from the north, and if not, would we look at accepting students from the south? That's all I have on that one, Masi.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Marine, I don't call it MTS, the Marine Training Center is in Hay River. It's that one there. I just wanted to state that it is currently not, we're not training at the moment because of the COVID situation. It is a training center for Northerners to create jobs and economic opportunity, support our fisheries and our economic diversification. So we've had about 840 various certificate courses offered there in Hay River, Inuvik, and Tuktoyaktuk. 258 students attended the courses in 2018-2019, and 5 programs had begun as of September 1st, 2019, before we had COVID. Approximately 500 Transport Canada certificates have been issued, and 350 other certificates, such as those issued by Industry Canada. During the 2019 sailing, 6 graduates took deckhand positions with MTS tugboats, 4 on the operational tugboats and 2 on the Hay River. So 4 graduates also took work on the MTS-supported Arctic Research Foundation vessel operating on Great Slave. And we've had 4 graduates join the Coast Guard. 2 graduates working on the local ships and 2 had an opportunity to sail on the icebreakers. At this time, I believe that the centre has actually been doing fairly well from an enrollment standpoint. However, if we were to find that we weren't having Northerners taking those positions, I don't see why we wouldn't offer that opportunity to Southerners, and then that always gets us more people in the North, and perhaps they stay and we get more transfer payments. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Deschaux?
No further questions.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the first question I have is with respect to the charters. I noticed that in 2018-19, we had a revenue of just over $1 million, I guess, with expenses of around 1.2 million. Now in 2020-2021 estimates, we're looking at a revenue of 200,000, and we're looking at charter costs of 422,000. So can you explain to me, I guess, that difference, and maybe give a little background on the charters? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll pass this over to Mr. Brennan to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so in terms of the charters themselves, that's when someone essentially leases a vessel. So someone wants a private vessel for whatever work they're intending to do. So that's what we consider to be a charter. And we charge them back based on a daily rate, which includes cost of the vessel and the staffing of the vessel as well. In terms of the numbers, the 2020-21 budget for charters is based on the number of charters that we anticipate receiving next year, or in this current fiscal year now, I guess. So we don't anticipate many charters this year, so therefore the number has gone down. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess that we're showing revenue of 200,000, but expenditures for those charters is 422,000. So we're losing a lot more than we're making, unless I'm looking at something wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe what he's saying is the charter costs are what they label when they do work on other people's boats, whereas the charter revenue is the cost for us to move goods, or is the money we receive to move goods around. So perhaps I would suggest that charter costs under expenditures is a poorly named item. It would probably be better to be work on others, if that's my understanding from what Mr. Brennan has said. Thank you, Madam Chair. He's nodding his head yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess talking about other items, what does the other items entail? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The increase there is actually the money that we've gotten from the Oceans Protection Plan for the 4 double-hulled barges. So I believe that would be any revenues that we have received when we apply on these sorts of funding that we would be looking for to do specific either purchasing or other projects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for bringing up the double-hull barges. Can you tell me whether that they are on budget and what the cost, like we know, yeah, the cost to build them and the cost to get them into Canada? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned in the House yesterday, they are on time. They will be delivered in August. I'm just going to pass this over. Oh, sorry, they were $29 million. But maybe I will just ask Dr. Dragon to just fill in a little bit more of the information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that funding was $29 million. That was 75% provided by the Ocean Protection Plan. They are on schedule and on budget. They're scheduled to arrive in Tuktoyaktuk between August 12th and 15th. And to this date, we get weekly updates from the manufacturer. Everything's on schedule as planned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with respect to these double-hulled barges, are they going to be used on the Mackenzie River, or are they only for ocean going? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will pass this one to Dr. Dragon. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Our goal is to have the majority of our fleet as actual double hull barges. So we have 2 double hull pre-owned barges that were purchased in 2017. We have 4 new double hull barges that'll come into online in 2020. And then we're also doing conversions right now, 2 new 1500 series conversions. It'll allow us to have 8 double hull barges that we'll be utilizing throughout the northern environment. And I think it's one thing to be able to say you're delivering a very a product that if we were to get in trouble on one of the ecosystems that we're currently traveling on, we could have a real issue there. And I think, again, what we've been trying to do is make sure that all of our barging systems will be double hull. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with double hull barges, are you going to be able to, with respect to petroleum products, to haul the same volume as you would with non-double hull barges? Because I'm just, I guess I'm thinking here is that if you can't, that may increase the cost of petroleum products in the communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe that the double hull barges are any lesser in volume than the ones that we already had. If anything, I do believe they're perhaps larger volumes, but I see Mr. Brennan shaking his head yes. So there is no reduced capacity with the new barges. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that takes into account lower water levels, because my understanding of the double hull barges, you're going to have maybe 2 feet, maybe a little bit more draw on them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would hope that when the planning study was done in the former Minister's department, that they did in fact look at water levels in the Mackenzie, as we have had a couple years now of truncated shipping or barging seasons because of the low levels. So I would assume that has been done as part of the studies when the purchases were made. I think that they're comparable according to Dr. Dragon. So I don't believe that there should be an issue with the lower water levels, but I can commit to coming back to you with a written answer on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Madam Chair, so we're going to end up with some new barges. What are we doing about the vessels that tow the barges? They are aging as well. And have we looked at the cost of retrofits versus replacing them? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, part of that other cost is also to retrofit one of the tugboats under the federal funding, the LCELF, the Low Carbon Energy. So as mentioned before, these would also have a asset management plan or a preventive maintenance plan where they would be looking at the life cycles of these assets and determining whether it is more cost effective to retrofit and continue to upgrade or to purchase new tugs. So yes, as part of the entire department's preventative maintenance program and asset management, they would be looking at the life cycles of or lifetimes of the tugboats as well as the barges. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Madam Chair, I just want to turn to MTC now. And who actually owns that? Is that part of MTS? Is that part of this government? Or are we in a joint venture with somebody from Nunavut? Or can you just maybe elaborate on that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we've entered a lease with the N.W.T Fisheries and Marine Training Consortium to establish the Marine Training Centre in Hay River. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
And in that, MTC is providing training to fishers for the Great Slave Lake. Are they hiring or trainers that are familiar with inland fisheries and inland waters, or are they using trainers that are used to offshore fishing? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're using both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. Are there any further questions on Marine Transport Service Revolving Fund? Seeing none, I will move on to the Infrastructure Yellowknife Airport Revolving Fund. Any questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I'd like to get an explanation of the growing accumulated surplus in this fund, which now stands at almost, or I guess at the end of 2020, 2021, almost $45 million. There was a lot of debate and discussion in setting this up as a revolving fund. I even voted against the bill because I think there was insufficient transparency and governance for this fund, stakeholder involvement and so on. Why is the accumulated surplus going to be $45 million at the end of this year? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The surplus is to do capital improvements at the Yellowknife Airport. We are currently exploring a Yellowknife Airport plan to do upgrades to the terminal building, I believe in other parts of the airport and the runway. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm well aware of what the money's for. I want it out the door and being spent. You know, I've been waiting for this 20-year capital plan for the airport for some time, especially now with the pandemic going on. Here's an opportunity, here's a pot of money that we could actually spend now to start doing some work at the airport. People have been complaining. I know this is a complicated issue. People have been complaining about the lack of services, the lineups and so on out of there for years. I know air transport is likely going to change and evolve with the pandemic, but to have a $45 million surplus sitting there not doing anything with it, this is not a good thing. So when is this 20-year capital plan actually going to be finished? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The true surplus of the Yellowknife Airport revolving fund is actually $20 million. So we do have a 20-year master plan, which is in draft discussion, but it does identify the capital needs of the airport, including the baggage handling area, the airfield lighting, runways, etc. So hopefully we're going to be, finalizing that plan. There's obviously going to have to be stakeholder inputs as stated. It is a separate pot of money, a separate fund than the rest of our projects, so it's not like I can take the 40 million or whatever and put it into a building somewhere else. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm not interested in having the money spent somewhere else. This was a big debate and discussion around setting this up in the first place, that if people were going to start paying fees to land and take off in Yellowknife, the money was supposed to stay in Yellowknife for improvement of this airport. So I guess I still didn't get an answer. When is the 20-year capital fund going to be completed? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As stated, the plan is now in draft and is working towards being finalized. When it is complete, I will share that with the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks for that clarification. Same answer as the last one. Thanks. But could we, when is this money going to start moving out of the revolving fund and being spent on capital? Are we actually going to see any projects happening this summer at the airport? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The airport, the plan was originally to be finalized this winter. However, that has not happened as a result of the department and others being on other projects, including on dealing with COVID. So it is our hope that early in this Assembly we will be starting to move on the airport improvements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't think I got an answer to my question. Are there going to be any capital projects at the airport, Yellowknife Airport this summer that start to draw down the surplus? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will pass this to Dr. Dragon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Dragon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the 20-year master plan, as the Minister mentioned, given we run into COVID and dealing with that right now, one of the things that to advise committee that we contracted a consulting firm there that has been working with a number of different countries around the world looking at market analysis, economic development of strategy of airports. We feel very well positioned to take advantage of this fund. I think this is going to be one that I think is going to be a really good news story kind of coming out of us actually bringing in these funds and having a targeted fund available to participate in any sort of program that the federal government will have having to do with airports, and the Minister has been in a number of conversations with her colleagues about that. I was just going to mention that we've done a lot of improvements to the Yellowknife Airport over the years when we talk about enhancements of the screening area, food and beverages services, looking at a gate for mines that when they're coming out. We had different things done to repairs to the south apron of the air terminal building. But we also are looking at opportunities of cold weather testing and looking at possible video development. We're hoping that that will be as a part of the 2020 Destination Canada Aerospace brochure. We're also looking at, we're in discussions right now with the Korean aerospace industries with the hopes of hosting possibly a multi-year cold weather testing program for the new light armed helicopter. In addition, we're continuing to work with the Department of ITI to gather key data in preparation for marketing additional air service to and from Yellowknife. And finally, we're working towards gaining access to a program called Drives to better able to understand and put in an enforcement parking management of the short-term and long-term parking lots and the courtesy vehicle parking area. And just want to let committee know that I've asked my airport folks to see if they can do something about the guy that barks at you when you put your ticket in there. So we're looking at that. Those are the initiatives that we're currently looking coming in the future before the master plan, and we're really basing those on, we don't want to put more money into this airport if we're looking at doing a new airport, which we feel that is necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Dragon. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to thank the Deputy Minister for the details that he provided there, but I don't think I got an answer. Is any of this money going to be spent this summer for capital improvements at the airport? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I commit to getting back to the member with that answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Madam Chair, yeah. If I'm getting a bit frustrated, it's because I've raised this now probably for about 3 years in a row. I was here when this revolving fund was set up. I've seen the growth in this fund. I want the money spent. Yellowknifers deserve to have this money spent. Northerners deserve to have this money spent, especially at this time. So, but then I keep hearing there's no plan. I can't even find out if any of this work is going to take place this summer. That's not a good place to be, Madam Chair. This is not And we better not be in, I hope that we're not going to be in the same place a year from now, because I'll be back asking the exact same question. So if there's some frustration here, it's because I've asked the same questions 3 years in a row, and I would have thought that we would have been much farther ahead. If we're not going to spend this money, get rid of the fee and just run it the way that it was before. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Does the minister have any further comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can only speak for the year that I've been here, so I'm sorry that the member feels frustrated with this. There is a plan. It is being finalized. Once it is finalized, we will be moving forward on spending the money. I think that particularly in light of where we're at in our situation and wanting to maximize our dollars, we have to make sure that when we do move forward, we're moving forward and spending the money in a good manner that maximizes benefits to Northerners. So if we have to take a little bit more time in the post-COVID or during COVID to do so, I would rather my department did that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions on the Yellowknife Airport Revolving Fund? Seeing none, we will move on to page 252, lease commitments. Any questions? Seeing no questions on lease commitments, I'll move to work performed on behalf of others. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you, members. Before we, Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Infrastructure at this time. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Norn. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, you may escort the witnesses from the chamber. We will take a short 5-minute To order. All right. Committee, we have agreed to consider Bill 6, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act. I will ask the member for Yellowknife North, the sponsor of the bill, to introduce it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although this is a short piece of legislation, it is very much a historic legislation. I am pleased to provide opening comments on Bill 6, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act. Madam Chair, this bill will provide the Legislative Assembly authority to conduct all or a portion of our sittings by way of a virtual means. The test for that will be in the hands of the Speaker, and we will sit virtually in exceptional circumstances. Madam Chair, this bill was drafted in response to efforts to avoid face-to-face meetings of this House in a global pandemic, but its purpose is not limited to the current situation. Any number of natural disasters, travel restrictions, or territory-wide health and safety concerns could consider its use in the future. I want to say for the record that this legislation is not intended to provide members with a convenient way to attend sessions of this House by virtual or remote means under normal circumstances. The default should always be that we attend our business in person in this place, in a public forum. The intention here is to provide the Speaker with another tool to ensure that the work of this place, including the passage of legislation, the approval of budgets, and the holding the government to account, can continue even under extraordinary circumstances. Madam Chair, this bill is about continuity of government in a time of crisis. This bill authorizes a member or a group of members with the Speaker's advance authorization to participate in all or a portion of a session by way of a conference call or a video conference. A member participating in this fashion is included in the calculation of quorum for the Assembly and is considered to have attended the sitting day in question. When a member is authorized to participate in one of these remote ways, their vote will be counted as if it were cast in person, Madam Chair. I suspect that some of the details of this legislation and how it will operate, if enacted, will need to be fleshed out by the Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures in the days ahead, Madam Chair. The future remains very uncertain, and as to how this pandemic will play out, this legislation will provide us all the legal authority to meet by virtual means in public, should it be required in the months and years ahead. This concludes my opening remarks, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions that members may have.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to bring in Tim Mercer, Clerk of the Legislative Assembly, and Mike Reddy, Director of Legislation Division.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Member for Yellowknife North, will you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to introduce Tim Mercer, Clerk of the Legislative Assembly, and Mike Reddy, Director of Legislation, seated to my left at the witness table.
Sorry, could you repeat the last name of the...
Tim Mercer and Mike Reddy are the witnesses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Or anything. I can't hear anything. Sorry. Got Mr. Mercer.
And Mr. Reddy.
Mr. Reddy, thank you. All right. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 6. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Samara Centre for Democracy is a nonpartisan think tank that's based in Ottawa, and it conducts research on strengthening democracy in Canada. Last week, the Samara Centre issued a report on how provincial and territorial legislatures are adapting their work to the pandemic. And a key finding of theirs, and I quote, is that despite the rapid emergence of virtual parliaments throughout the world, few provincial and territorial legislatures have looked to technology to keep up with parliamentary business. Just 3 out of 13 legislatures in Canada have held virtual committee meetings, and only BC and Newfoundland and Labrador have authorized virtual sittings. So the finding leads to a recommendation by Samara Centre that virtual platforms should be embraced to enable legislative activity, and not only that, but participation by all members, not just those who are in physical proximity to the Legislative Assembly building. So I bring this to your attention because I took part in a virtual news conference about this report and specifically talked about how the N.W.T has adapted. And it's my analysis that we are well ahead here. First, by having virtual sittings of our standing committees since April. Video conferencing has enabled us to speak to one another, if not to see one another. We have some people who are still only on phone access. And as a matter of fact, and as an aside, it has highlighted bandwidth issues in a number of communities, including Yellowknife, where people have struggled to stay online. But all the same, we've made that effort, and we've tried different platforms, and we are now able to include everyone in our standing committee meetings who wants to be there. When we were discussing whether to return to this House in person as a select few or not at all, many of the members were interested in a virtual sitting. I wasn't, especially because of our technology issues, our bandwidth issues, but I do think that it's very important to set the legislative stage for this to happen when we get the digital issues resolved. So I feel that we are well ahead with this piece of legislation, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Do I give it back to, no, just comment? Okay. Are there other comments? Member for Frame Lake?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I too support the bill. After the House, we stopped our earlier sitting on March the 16th. We had about 1 week off, but then we started to meet, at least as regular MLAs, using different kinds of video conferencing services, and I think we found ways to make it work, and we got better as we went along over the several weeks that we tried meeting virtually, at least as a committee. And my preference would have been that we had attempted to do this sitting in that manner as well, but this bill will help enable future assemblies to have the availability of meeting by video conferencing. I think we still have a long way to go in terms of internet access across the House. I've spoken about it last week in the House, that we need to make sure that we have improved internet access for all of our communities, including the remote ones, not just the ones that are next to or along the path of the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Link. And it also means setting up distribution systems within those communities. So happy to support this bill, but we also need to build improved internet access across the Northwest Territories, and we need to go to the federal government, get the money to do it, and make that a priority. But I do support the bill, and leaving open the door for that kind of work to be done in the future by the Assembly itself. Of course, committees have the ability to set their own rules, and that's why committees were able to meet virtually over the last couple of months. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member for Tunaday-Willaday.
Madam Chair, when I first heard of this bill, I think first thing that popped in mind is, you should always hope for the best and plan for the worst. I think if a second wave for this COVID ever hit, I think this legislation would help with this. But as the member from Frame Lake did mention that, it's important that we have really strong infrastructure in terms of internet. And it brought up some concerns. So let's say if I was visiting constituents in Tutsalke and I had to go to, say, if I was staying at the bread and breakfast store at the Co-op and I wanted to go on the internet and, okay, we have a sitting that we need to go, and I needed to be seen and to do some committee meetings or whatnot, or even theoretically have session, it would not be good enough right now. I'm sure we could use the phone. I'm not sure if that's going to be built into the wording, but I could probably get to that with my question. But those are some of the concerns I have. It's to make sure that the standard, I'm going to use my hands, but right now, what we're asking here, the standard needs to be here, but for a lot of our small communities, it's much, much lower. We're right here. So we need to bring our infrastructure in terms of internet and communications up to where we need it to be, so we could have proper communications if we're in a small communities. It's very, very important. Otherwise, for me, like I said, it's all about parliamentary privilege. We need to be able to represent our communities properly. And if I was in, say, a community like Boots, okay, it would be really difficult unless I'm on the phone and call in. And I'm not sure if you could build in. I know a lot of places they build in authentication to prove who you are. I don't know if anybody could replicate my voice and personate me, but you know what I mean. There needs to be those things kind of built in. Those are just some of the things I'm thinking about on the fly. So. I guess my question is, so will some of this wording be built in that if I was on a television or on internet, if it cut out, would there be something built in for me to represent my representatives over the phone? Merci, Chair.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowdale. I will turn it over to Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so to the one point that the legislation permits both telephone and video conference appearances. I suspect if a member was in the middle of a key vote and cut out, we would do very much what we've been doing in committee meetings, which is to make attempts to reconnect with them. And then at which point, if we were unable to connect, it would become a matter of privilege subject to the Speaker's discretion how to proceed. As stated before, we will bring this to the Rules and Procedures Committee and work out the details for those types of scenarios to make sure that there is a plan in place.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that response. So I guess that leads me to another question. So let's say if there was that one deciding vote, and it could be any one of us, we could be somewhere in any of a small community where we're for whatever reason, and all the attention was on us, and all of a sudden it was like that one vote. So would there be something built into this bill stating that you would suspend the sitting until we heard the vote come through? Merci, Chair.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is nothing built into the legislation to specifically clarify that decision. It would be up to the Rules and Procedures Committee and subject to the Speaker, depending, exactly what the scenario was. I suspect all efforts would be made to reconnect the member and to find a way to make sure they could digitally cast their vote should it, they be disconnected. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Yeah, thank you. Just, Madam Chair, just one last comment. And I think this is a great idea, but we just make sure that we always, like I said, when I let in, is to always make sure that we plan for the worst and make sure that we have as much built in so we have a protection for any of those worst case scenarios. Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowdale. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I see that it's that this would be used in exceptional circumstances. I guess we're talking about maybe the situation as an example, the pandemic. I don't know what other circumstances there would be that we should be aware of, perhaps, because it just could be used for at any time. Because there would be concerns with that. especially when we're looking at determining quorum for a circumstance like this. That's why we need to know what type of circumstances. If we had a list or examples of them in this legislation or whatever, this act. It doesn't go far enough here. It's just broad. It's a broad stroke of the pen here. They can use it anywhere and any time, it seems like. I would like to see more defined circumstances that this would be used, because, especially for quorum. The concern there is that it's bad enough we can't be in person. We're going to be left out of whatever discussions are being discussed at the time. I'm assuming it would have to be an emergency thing, but what is deemed as an emergency? What is it? So we need more details on this here, so that it's not going to be abused. So if we could get more clarification on that, because especially for quorum too, maybe we need more explanation underneath there, so that you're not all of a sudden holding a meeting over here and you're leaving me out. You know, that type of thing. We're leaving somebody out. And I don't think that's fair if there's going to be discussions on any particular subject. I'm also wondering about the languages also. Whether there would be translation services provided for these. Like, I know languages are very important. We're in the land of the N.W.T people in the Northwest Territories. I did express that I wanted to see every translator here for this setting. I didn't get much support because you didn't need 22, you could have still had 11, you could have accommodated them. It creates employment for the translators, plus it's being translated out there to the public. They're kind of assuring me that they're going to translate documents or translate them in some other fashion moving forward. I don't know if that's even going to happen. So those are questions that I've got for this one here. Masi.
Thank you, Member for Deschaux. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To a couple of points there. I'd like to begin with the languages. The intention here is that we will put forward, if we use this technology, we will use a software that allows simultaneous translation. All the other rules that apply to the Legislative Assembly still apply, and a member's, the point of privilege and the Rules and Procedures Committee, as they have rules related to translation, would apply in this case. It is completely the intention to allow simultaneous translation if and when we use this. In regards to defining exceptional circumstances in the Act, I want to point out that this is the enabling legislation, the Executive and Assembly and the Executive Council Act. Not everything is contained within this Act. There is further details in the rules of the Legislative Assembly, and following this, it is expected to be brought to the Rules and Procedures Committee, and some parameters around exceptional circumstances to be defined. As I said in my opening circumstance, where we are really thinking of scenarios similar to COVID-19, other scenarios, if there was massive forest fire seasons and members had an inability to travel, would be similar. The issue of a quorum appearing digitally without members getting notice and the speaker attempting to do that, it just is not possible. It's not a concern that we are going to have some sort of on-the-spot digital sitting without members having notice and those exceptional circumstances being explained by the speaker as per the rules set out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member for Deschaux.
Fine, thanks.
For Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this motion as well, and I think it's time that I guess that we take somewhat of a lead in the way we conduct business here in the N.W.T. We expect students to use video conferencing, and I think that we have to set the example. With respect to exceptional circumstances, and then further down we see the Speaker has discretion. So there's two variances there I think in that meaning. But I think that if that goes to the rules and procedures and it gets dealt with, I'm fine with that. So I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to make a comment and show my support for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
I want to go on the record too that I do support the legislation. I'm not a computer person, but I seem to manage. I seem to get my view out there. I don't want to hold back. We have to be role models, especially when it comes to our younger generation at the high schools and the colleges, and I've done that in the community, and I continue to do that. I will never hold back progress. Thank you.
Member for Tabacha. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. No, I think this is a very much needed change in the legislation. I'm proud of this Legislative Assembly for putting this forward. My one concern would be in terms of this Assembly understands why we're putting this forward and what the intent of this is. But in future assemblies, how do we ensure that the intent of this is consistent both within this Assembly and to future assemblies with different speakers and a different team. But I think I'm satisfied that this is going to go forward to rules and procedures where that will be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that as a comment. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a great piece of legislation. It's 2020. And I'm old, and I struggle with technology, but my children and grandchildren pick it up from they're like 2 years old. So it's time that we got into the technical world. I'm not worried about future assemblies. I do believe, Madam Chair, that this is the way of the future. This is proactive, and we're part of that future, and so I adhere to that. And I also know that COVID-19, we're looking at possibly a second wave in the fall, and if that happens, it would be necessary for us to go right back into confinement. If we are in confinement, there is legislation that says we have to meet a certain amount of time in this House, so this will actually address that and make sure that we are all obeying the law and able to perform the duties that we need to do as an Assembly. So I am 100%, 99.9% in favor of this. The only 0.5% is my own inadequacies with technology. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Are there any further comments to this bill? All right. Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1. Does committee agree? Agreed. Clause 2. Does committee agree? Agreed. We will now return to the bill number and title. Members, Bill 6, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act. Does committee agree? Agreed. Committee, to the bill as a whole. Does committee agree that Bill 6, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act, is now ready for third reading? Agreed. Thank you, committee. Bill 6, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act, is now ready for third reading. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 6, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act? Agreed. Okay. Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, and thanks to our witnesses. Sergeant-at-Arms, you may please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Mr. Mercer and Mr. Reddy. Thank you. And with that, Mr. Norm.
Masicho, Madam Chair. I move that we rise and report progress.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I have the report of the Committee of the Whole? Member for Nunavik-Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 30-19-2, main estimates 2020-2021, and Bill 6, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act. And I would like to report progress with one motion carried, and that Bill 6 is ready for third reading. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunavik-Twin Lakes. Do we have a seconder? Member for Range Lake. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, reports of committees and the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, returns to oral questions, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motions, notices of motions for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, table document 30-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, Bill 6, orders of the day.
Thank you. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020 at 1:30 p.m.